Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast. I am joined tonight by Trim, as always, or as he is now known, that chef guy.
Gotta change my name soon.
Yes, it's a very interesting week in news. Well, it's been very well. Technically, yesterday was a very interesting news day in Australia. So, if you're still around once you get through the Low Seeders after show, we have got some insane things going on. Hello,
I
John
still
and
have.
Primed.
Let's see. I need to put on so I can actually see the screens myself because, internet.
Yes, we need all the transmission we can get. Yes.
Let's see. Just I'm using my laptop to chat. I'm using my phone to watch the direct. So
Yeah.
there we are.
Yes. So I don't know how many of you caught the TISM podcast, but apparently Baring is going to be doing a video on the utter tyranny in Melbourne. So keep an eye out for that. Apparently he has been sick recently, which is why he hasn't been uploading much, but he's better and we'll be doing a video on that mess at some time.
Lovely.
So looking forward to that. Going to be very fun. Let's see.
I've saved up quite a backlog with the TISM, so I'm going to binge them pretty soon.
It's good for watching and when you're doing something else. Yeah, it was an interesting
Like working.
podcast. Dank's missus got on and they started talking about her tits.
Surprising me not at all.
Hmm.
So yeah.
I'm certain
Well, again, I'm just going to warn you guys that I still am on the boat, which has its boaty internet. So if there's interruptions and talking over, I'm kind of sorry about that in advance.
well,
Yeah.
that's a problem. I upseed. That would explain why Jonathan can't get in. Let me just fix that real quick.
We're going to be joined by Jonathan Crow.
Yes, we will
Oh,
be.
Good
welcome.
afternoon.
Hello.
G'day, good to
Hello.
have you with us.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
And it is indeed. It's good to see that everyone is loving the work you've been doing for the Light Seeders.
Yes, I'm very surprised, frankly. Um,
Eh.
but it's been nice. I actually just worked on an article just before the podcast today, so there's another one that will be on its way probably. Well, it's either going to be later today or Monday, I imagine.
Ooh, very nice, very nice.
There's a lot of work to just, read every article or a lot of the articles. I respect that, man.
Yeah, I've
Well, I
been.
mean, I've gone from basically not reading the articles to reading most of them. So,
Well, it's a lot easier to find time to read articles when you're being paid, isn't it?
yeah, much better sort of motivation there. You see.
Yeah, I know it can be a bit of a hassle. I've tried recording some audiobooks on out of copyright stuff, and oh boy, so
Oh, I mean,
boring sometimes.
I
Just
did look
talking to
into
yourself.
joining I did look into joining Amazon to do audiobooks for them, and the amount of stuff aimed at British vocals, they just want you to read women's smut, and I'm just like, I'm not interested in reading that. Bloody smut all the time.
I
Bugger
mean,
that.
I'm not interested in it either, but if it was available in Australia, I'd read women's smut. But maybe that's just because I'm a dirty, filthy capitalist.
Bandits.
Student of history wants to know who the gentleman is with the smooth voice. That is Jonathan Crow, who you may know from the gold video comments and the silver article voiceovers.
Hello. Pleasure to meet you guys.
I'm just
Um,
going to admit that I'm still kind of shocked that you're here. Jesus Christ.
Why?
Uh,
I'm just
well,
as much as a meme lord as anyone else.
well, that's true. That's true. But
Yeah, but
you hear
Trim's still trying to catch up to the fact that we have more than 100 subscribers.
it's kind of hard to imagine. Okay, I didn't come into this world with large expectations for myself.
Are you going to leave this world with large expectations?
I hope I at least leave an imprint.
That could mean a lot of things.
Yes.
What are we talking? 9.8 meters a second squared?
or a lot of Tommy Ashes. What? What? No. In Minecraft, of course.
Oh, actually, speaking of Minecraft, I did see in the server the replication of the Lotus Eater's little booth area, and I've got to say, having been there in person, it doesn't look anything like that. It like everybody gets it wrong. Like Callum is sat on the end of the table, literally looking at the other side of the table. Like he's on the head, whereas Carl normally sits on the long length of it.
Wait, so they're not sitting side by side. They're sitting like
At 90
end
degrees or
to
something.
edge.
Yeah, yeah, more or less.
Oh.
Yeah, 90 degrees from each other.
Now it
Um,
makes a lot more sense when Carl looks to the side all the time.
yeah, and on the table they have a massive bloody monitor, which is what they're looking at, which is why they can sometimes scroll through things and then John is not quite in sync with them because it's like different sources going on at the same time. It's very interesting to see.
Wow. The more you know, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, poor John.
By the way, what happened to Hugo? I heard you gave him a send-off today on the podcast, or yesterday.
I can't say I really know what's going on with that.
No, I
But
didn't quite know either. So it's like, what, did he quit or something?
Well, I mean, he's still apparently writing articles, according to what Jonathan Wong said in the chat. Um,
Okay.
so he's an external writer now, apparently. So I'm assuming he's decided to maybe go in a different direction or something. But it's really, I haven't heard any more than anyone else, to be honest.
Hmm. Well, he'll probably drop by later, I hope. He looks like a nice guy.
No, he seemed like a nice guy. His articles are very interesting to read as well. So I'm glad he's still writing for them.
Hmm. So how was it meeting Carl face to face?
Um, well, actually, the whole thing was pretty intense initially. Um,
Oh,
Well, yeah, I mean, I've had numerous interviews in my life. I've had interviews at lawyer firms. I've had interviews in schools, and obviously you get panel interviews in those kind of interviews. I have never had five people in an interview like I have had with the Lotus Eaters. I had almost their entire crew asking me questions while I was there, sort of finding out a bit about me, what the sort of political viewpoints of things were and stuff like that.
council judges your baseness.
Indeed. And actually, one of the interview questions that Carl asked me was what my hottest take was, and I fucking froze. I couldn't come up with fucking anything. I was so disappointed.
Oh man,
uh,
that's a good icebreaker.
it's a shame. I've got so many that are just ironic, jokey ones, and then I've got serious ones that are super hot takes, like bring back the British Empire.
The thing is, well, the British Empire did quite a lot of good that people like to ignore, to be honest.
Well, I tell you one thing. Ask Hong Kong what they think of imperialism. Well,
Ah,
British
indeed.
imperialism.
Gave us Monty Python, so that's a good thing.
But yeah, I actually originally interviewed to help Jonathan as an editor, a video editor, and help with like sort of live stream stuff occasionally. But it ended up with, unfortunately, I had a death in the family at the time, and I had to help out my dad with emptying out a big flat filled with stuff. So basically, I was unavailable suddenly. But they contacted me a couple of weeks ago, basically. Well, actually, start of September, technically. It's been 4 weeks now, crikey. Asking me if I was still interested in working alongside them. So it was. And then another intense interview for the second time, except this time on Zoom.
Wow.
So they do genuinely take it seriously who they actually employ. It's quite impressive.
Yeah,
That is actually quite relieving.
it is. It's good to know they have standards.
Well, I mean,
Totally nice.
honestly, I feel like a brainlet amongst them. They all have degrees. I'm sat there like, I just teach myself things. I've learned how to do this. I've learned how to do that.
If it makes you feel any better, that's what did. I think he dropped out of his computer science degree and went for screw this for a joke.
Mm.
And then,
I mean,
God, what was it, 2014? All of a sudden, he started doing hot takes on the internet.
boom. The rest is history.
To be fair, he more or less did it around the start of Gamergate, and then that blew up to this massive fucking thing.
Yeah.
That's when I got on.
That seemed to be where he took off, as far as I remember.
Yeah, absolutely. God
Because
knows how
I
I ever
remember,
found him.
I remember first seeing Anita Sarkeesian's video about video game tropes and so on and so
God.
forth. And I was initially like, oh yeah, I kind of see where she's coming from. I kind of get this. Then I saw some critical breakdowns of it, and I was like, wait a minute, she's talking out her ass. Oh,
Bitch. Wow, what a surprise. She can't be honest with fucking shit.
mm,
Mm.
I've got to
Well,
say,
actually, I got dragged into it by a friend of mine. Actually, I was honestly, I was one of those people who was wiggling between being a complete intersectionalist or a somewhat based individual. But
yeah,
my brother, well, not basically, we're not related, but we were pretty close. And
mm,
he was really into Sargon of Akkad, you know, during this whole Gamergate. Then it was like based in feminism and all that stuff, and I just got onto it and been with it ever since.
well, that's fair enough. I mean, my parents have always been quite liberal, but I noticed that a lot of them had they picked up on very very left wing points. My mum had become a raging Corbynista, and
God.
my brother had a copy of the Communist Manifesto with one of his friends signing it here, my comrade, or something. I was a bit like, okay, weird. My dad did a psychology and sociology degree and had to read the Communist Manifesto and apparently threw the book around the room because he made it so angry how it, doesn't have any relevance to actual psychology and how it doesn't take into account human behavior at all. Um,
Well, that's at least good on your father.
yeah, so at the very least, I've had a good side of it from all sides. But I think before seeing all the bullshit on the left, I would have called myself probably a classical liberal like I am now, but I was far more left leaning. Whereas all of the shit I keep seeing from the left wing just makes me more and more disgusted by their behavior. And again, they're doing more to further me going to the right in my political thoughts than they're doing to convince me to be on their side.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm exactly the same boat.
yeah, I understand the feeling as well. Like, my core principle, it's interesting though, like, the worse things get, the more reactionary I find my politics get. Not necessarily reactionary, but more absolutist I find my politics getting. My core principles haven't changed, but I'm starting to get very absolutist about things like, say, freedom of association.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have very, very similar views to Carl. So, um, not 100%, but like I'm very much a free speech advocate, and I really fucking hate the constant need to try and make everything bad and like, oh, you can't say this, you can't do this, this is a crime. Oh, you're thinking wrong. I'm just like, mate, fucking talk to some fucking cows or something. Like you'll have a better impact on them, not me. Not gonna make any difference to me. I'm gonna ignore
The
you.
concept of hate speech was something that annoyed me from the beginning, and
Oh yeah.
then they started with the whole phobia thing, you know, homophobia, Islamophobia, and it's just from there it just started grinding my gears, something fierce.
Yeah,
Mm,
no, not to mention just the sheer idiocy of it, but it's just another perfect example of leftist destroying language. Phobia is an irrational fear, and people we
Yeah.
don't nobody fears gay people, and fearing Islam is rational.
Yes.
There's a hot take for you.
I don't
I
think
mean,
that's
I've
a
been
hot
called
take.
That's not even
transphobic.
that's
I've been
barely
called
lukewarm these
transphobic.
days.
I mean, I've been called transphobic, and I just don't understand them. That's my problem. I don't understand them. Whenever I try to understand them, I'm just, I get yelled at.
Hmm.
I quite like watching Blair White on YouTube because she's one of these Republican trans people, but she's constantly pissed off with like stupidity she sees within the trans community and always calling it out. And like a lot of people who are like into this whole, oh yeah, I'm non-binary, demi-queer, cloud, whatever the hell you are, and she ends up criticizing a lot of that nonsense and saying, no, 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 you're doing things that are just harming our community. They're not getting people to understand what's going on and why we feel this way and why we do things.
Yeah, I think it
That's her
falls into
heart.
the same kind of camp, but it's the difference between gay people and the queer community to try and
Yeah.
raise that. Like, there's the ones who just want to do their thing and be left the fuck alone, and then there's the ones who want to change society to make themselves special, better, something.
Mm. And
Annoying. Oh, sorry.
there is this propensity for the young to try and identify themselves as every special identity they can. And I think it's mostly down to the young having no idea where they belong in the world. So they're desperately trying to carve out their own little niche that is them to identify themselves. And unfortunately, it's led to people having these mental illnesses that are going unchecked that frankly is terrifying. I'm someone who suffers a borderline personality disorder, and I see people romanticizing it rather than being treated for the damn stuff. I'm like, mate, you are doing things that are actively harming your life and the people around you and your relationships, and you think that's a positive thing, and people are encouraging you to hurt yourself. It's not a good thing.
Yeah, I see
What?
this.
How does borderline? Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Uh, yeah, I see the same kind of issue. Like, depression has essentially been ruined as a medical disorder in the public sphere, and I see much a similar issue in the autism slash Asperger's communities online, or as they call
Mm.
themselves, Aspies. And anytime someone says that word, I want to get smashy. But there are people unironically sitting there and going, "Oh, autism or Asperger's is a gift." I'm sitting here going, "Motherfucker!"
Yeah,
like,
no.
uh, even if you're one of the lucky people who has a higher than average IQ, like for example, last time I had mine done in one of those weird online tests, I scored about 120, so that's above average. But the problem is, as soon as you stick me in a social situation, it takes about 30 or 40 IQ points just to function.
Mm. I'm one of those really awkward people who can either be a complete social recluse or I can be a complete social butterfly. And sometimes I don't know which way I'm going to go.
Fun.
To me,
Yeah.
it just depends on the mood, really.
Yeah, yeah. If I'm around a bunch of cockheads, I will just fuck off and do my own thing.
Yeah.
Can I ask how does borderline personality syndrome works? Just explain it to me as if I'm a raging idiot, because that
Uh,
might not be too far from the truth.
it's a very, very complicated disorder, and it depends on the symptoms you personally suffer from, because there's up to 9 different symptoms. So it's a very, very complicated disorder to just abbreviate. But essentially, think of it similar to bipolar disorder, um, except every single emotion that you experience is exaggerated tenfold. Um, so whether it's love, happiness, sadness, depression, you get mania. Well, not typically mania, but you get like lots of energy and you're very, very emotive. Um, and unfortunately, it can also be
Right.
very, very impulsive. So, for example, um, something might upset me, and before I realize it, I could be shouting. Now, with myself, I've spent a lot of time having doing mindfulness and doing a lot of stuff to work on my own health, to actually alleviate that downward spiral. But like when you look at untreated cases, you see that these people, let's say you say, oh, you should get up and have a shower. You haven't done anything today. It's like, oh, well, obviously you think I'm disgusting. And that spirals down into this big, big argument and this big deal. And it basically, it's like, like I said, similar to the borderline bipolar disorder, except it's in every single emotional direction, and it can be very, very chaotic and difficult to actually describe it in any way that, because the thing is, my experience of BPD can be completely different entirely from someone else's experience of BPD. So as much as much as I want to like just break it down and say, yeah, this is what it is vastly more complicated than doing that, because it is such a confusing personality disorder in itself.
Wow.
And
Well, at least it made more sense to me now.
I mean, it's interesting because most people wouldn't actually picture me having a borderline, any kind of personality disorder at all. I seem fairly rational and calm, and for the most part, that's absolutely true. I'm in very much control of, my outward persona, but I have to put 100% effort in to constantly make sure that I'm checking my shit. Basically, like if I feel offended by something, I have to sit there for a second, like, why do I feel offended? Is it real offense? Did they actually say something offensive? Am I just being an asshole? Maybe I'm being an asshole.
So I just skipped to just being an asshole. It's easy.
Yeah,
But
it's my brother actually
It's
told me when I
easier
got
than
the sorry, my brother told me when I first got the diagnosis, that was the diagnosis they give to people who are just severe assholes.
but you know what? From the way you describe it, it has a lot of parallels to things like an autism spectrum disorder. It's got a
Mm,
shitload of symptoms, and you might have all or some weird combination. And to cope with it, you need to learn a whole bunch of skills and do what in the community they call masking. So you're basically
mm.
suppressing the natural tendencies that are antisocial.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
Like key example that I keep getting in trouble, that I got in trouble for at work, is doing things like rocking up early, walking in the door, like, oh, can you help me? Nope, not getting paid yet. Walking away and realizing, oh, that may not have come out right. Fortunately, they thought it was fucking funny, but if they hadn't.
Mm. I mean, I
Oh,
oh oh
You're right, Trim?
what? Oh, yeah. Just I laughed at it and I just said, I kind of messed up something here. I've just fixed it. Sorry. I'm
Oh, you're
doing the
drawing
dog
again.
whistle.
Yeah, nice.
Yes. I like to work while I talk. Sorry, guys.
I was actually working on a design for a. Well, I'm going to submit it to the Lotus just to see what they think for a t-shirt design. I don't know whether I could get past copyright issues, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's the hardest part sometimes, getting past the copyright issues.
It's a good design though. I think they'd quite like it.
Did we pass the copyright issue with the one oiled ones?
Well, they have. No one's complained about it yet,
Huzzah.
but I hope it's legally distinct enough.
It should be. I
Yes,
mean,
yes, Martin. BPD is kind of like woman disorder.
maybe you're trans this whole time.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have long hair at the moment, so clearly it's on its way.
Oh, you need to get on the hormones at once. No, no thinking, no rationality. Just get on it right
Oh
now.
no, I've already been on the hormones. Clearly. Oh no, no. It's interesting because actually
I'm
it
not
genuinely
transitioning.
does.
I'm just fat and have man boobs.
The thing is, it actually genuinely does seem to affect more women than it does men. I just happen to be unlucky. Usually it's like in response to trauma. It's kind of like CPTSD,
Hmm.
complex PTSD, which is again PTSD but complex.
I do wonder if that has something to do with the fact that men generally tend to suppress emotions and reactions more.
I don't know, actually.
I'd love to see some. One of these days, I should look into do some reading on that. But
I mean, my brother suffered from severe ADHD, and from his behaviors, it seemed like he also, like me, suffered from BPD, likely passed down to us genetically by my father. Um, and unfortunately, Christmas 2017, he decided to hang himself on the living room door. Love the irony there, my brother, but
oh
a
dear.
bit of a weird choice for Christmas. Not the best present, I can tell you. Um, but yeah, I mean, we found that he'd taken quite a bit of ketamine in the end to try and help him sort of cope, I guess. Um, but I remember on the day we'd spoken about suicide because one of the symptoms of BPD is actually suicidal ideation, and I personally experience it quite frequently, and generally it's like in the form of an intrusive thought. So it's just like it's not even your own voice. It's just something saying, you know what, you should do this, and it's not very healthy. So my brother was having a bad time like that, and for a long time I felt really, really guilty because I'd spoken to my brother. He told me how he was feeling. I assumed that he would be okay after talking to him for a while. He told me that he'd feel, like he deserved to be happy and so on and so forth. And yeah, I mean, in the end, came back to police officers in my house, and that was a very, very, very surreal experience. Um, but the problem is when you let that kind of stuff turn around and then you blame yourself for something that you can't control. And this is one of the reasons I'm such a large proponent against this romanticization of mental illness, because at one point my brother thought I was romanticizing the mental health issues I was going through, but it's just so important that people take it more seriously and don't try and treat it like some personality trait that's quirky. And I'm reading chat like not a gif I'd want to unwrap. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, dark humor is really nice way to cope, but fuck me, I, I haven't had any suicides in family, but there was this one girl who I was really good friends with, and I was supposed to visit her the day after we talked like the day before she committed suicide, and we had arranged to meet each other and hang out the day after she did it.
Damn, that's
So
really
Oof.
sad.
it yeah, I mean, she had a lot of shit going. She hit her head while she was biking in the winter, and she ended up getting what's that syndrome called when you suddenly get seizures?
Epilepsy?
Epilepsy. Yeah, epilepsy. She
Mm,
developed epilepsy from the head trauma. That meant everything she'd been working up to was literally just thrown away, and
Yeah.
she couldn't handle that.
Not to
oh, that's
mention,
really sad.
on top of that, there'd be all the assorted other things to go with brain trauma.
Yeah.
Like, one of the things that can often get
So,
taken out in brain trauma is, say, emotional regulation.
yeah.
Yeah, that's basically one of the things with BPD. BPD is an emotional dysregulation disorder. That would be the easiest way of saying it. Why didn't I say that earlier?
Because those are
You
big
just had to
words,
work
and it's
yourself to get
after
there.
midnight. At least that's my excuse.
Oh, it's 3:30 here. I should have no reason to be lacking.
There is a breakfast chef on the other end of the call, and you really, really need to explain in detail so my tiny brain can understand. Let's just go with that one.
Dear.
Now, I have to know, have you ever had cabin fever?
Uh, how do you have how's cabin fever work?
I have no idea, but
It,
I
it
had to
it's
ask.
basically going a
Uh,
bit stir crazy because you're stuck in a small space with the same people for bloody ages. You know, like in Australia under lockdowns.
uh, I haven't had it, but he's had it. I,
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 I may currently be experiencing cabin fever. And I'm not even in
Very
lockdown.
Well, you're in an authoritarian state, so it's quite understandable.
Yeah, I don't remember moving to China or North Korea.
I mean, China's at least a bit freer.
Yeah, you know you fucked up when China's like, guys, maybe you should tone down a bit.
Maybe you should tone it down. You're making us look good.
No, they'll just start trying harder, like with the gold medals.
Oh. China just staring at Australia. A game on, a white boy.
Why do they sound Jamaican?
Wait, that was Jamaican?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Game on, my white boy.
Yeah, like Treve says, come to Melbourne City. Yeah, you know how the whole world was criticizing China for what they were doing during the Hong Kong protests? How the fuck does a Western country do worse?
I mean, you have to be actively incompetent, like
Well,
aiming to be incompetent, don't you?
I don't. I think at this point it's not just incompetent; it's got to be actively evil.
I wonder what they think of my Irish accent. They say
Top of the
I'm not-
morning to
they say
you
I'm-
lads.
Well, they're saying that I'm talking like I'm Scottish now, and I'm a bit confused. Oh, there we go. There's the Scottish coming out. Oh dear. Oh god, I get such a slap round the head.
You get to show to take the tea. Have you seen my pot of gold?
Have you seen my pot of gold? That's not at all a good thing. Not at all at all.
Yeah, let's go get some Guinness, guys. Stand at the pub.
That is the one thing that is quite nice about Britain, is the wide variety of accents in such a small area. Yeah, my Scottish accent's pretty bad, to be fair. I went to Ireland for like a week and came back with this really awful phony Irish accent that I couldn't shake for a week.
Same. Though it was 2 weeks for me. And I was a fucking word after that.
And now I've got them arguing in chat about whether it's Scottish or Irish, so that's good.
Hey,
Annoy them
Nice.
both.
that's
Annoy them
very
both
good.
and just call it Gaelic.
Well, as you know what you know very well, John. But chat rate's good for the metrics. So the argue
Keep
more.
doing it.
I am. I'm not very good at Welsh, actually. I have a lot of trouble with keeping that accent going when I get into it.
I know a word from Welsh. Go, go, go. That's it.
That's the end of the name of a town. And
Yeah,
I can
that's
never
like-
I know, and that's just
Lang fair,
demonstrating
fliddly
how
flop,
bad I'm at it.
goobly gibble, go go go. It's something like that. Like Jesus Christ, what name?
I mean, it did feel kind of like the Welsh kind of dropped the Scrabble board of language, you know?
Like sometimes I wonder if they're doing it on fucking purpose.
Actually, I just want to point this out. There's this one. He's not a big time celebrity, but he's kind of a small time celebrity in his own county. And he's a celebrity there because he can actually pronounce that fucking place
Well,
flawlessly.
actually, speaking of Wales, it's a very interesting place because they have all the signs in English and Welsh, which is really odd because only 5% of the population can read.
Like Welsh or in general, read.
Yeah, in general, I'm just stealing a Jimmy Carr joke.
Oh
Actually,
man,
That
and
does
I
remind me
took
of the
it
article I had
seriously.
to read out about Equatorial Guinea.
Man, I have such a backlog with those fucking articles. You have no idea.
You and me both.
Equatorial Guinea. Is it? Shit. It's
I
John
have
or
to,
Josh. Josh, I think's article on the dumbest country on earth, isn't it?
Yeah, Josh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he talks about basically Equatorial Guinea having the lowest IQ in basically all of the world.
Yeah. It isn't. Isn't the average IQ 70?
59
59.
in Equatorial Guinea, anyway.
Well, that's really interesting because in Australia you're considered so retarded that you just automatically get on the disability if you're below 70.
Yeah, a 70 is the generally considered marker.
Damn.
Whereas I'm probably bordering 38, 39 maybe, if I'm lucky.
I
It's
don't
just
even want to
British
try to
accent. It
imagine
makes
where the
me
hell
sound
I'm.
like I'm more intelligent than I am.
I don't know. I think you've got to be a little bit higher than that because I'm reasonably sure my cat scores higher than 38 or 39.
What
Yeah.
about 69? Hell. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
I could be retarded and edgy.
The best of all worlds, I tell you. Ah, shit, not again. Oh, I'm
What'd you
too
do,
tired
Tim?
for this. You know how I use different layers to shade?
Yep.
Turns out I did all the fucking shading things, not on the fucking layers where it's supposed to be, but
Oh,
on the
crap.
actual coloring page.
Oh, dear.
I, I gotta redo the flute. God damn it.
Is this digital that you're doing?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
using a
I'm
tablet.
using Procreate on the iPad.
Ketamine. You mean the horse tranquilizer? Yes, I actually do mean the horse tranquilizer.
Well, what,
Um,
like aspirin, that horse medicine?
yeah. Actually, funny story. Me being a complete twat, I decided to go to a midnight rave with some friends. Except this midnight rave was in the middle of a forest, and I decided to wear a three-piece suit. So here I am in the back of this bloody Land Rover, the sort of pickup style Land Rover, wearing a three-piece suit with a bunch of chavs raving around me. And there are people walking up to me, high as fuck on ketamine, and they'll walk up to me and they look at me and they're like, whoa. Obviously, unsure if the suit that I'm wearing is real or not. God, it was brilliant.
Oh, dear. That's
Good
good.
time, sounds like.
Oh, I had fun.
Man, the 9th of October I'm looking forward to because then I'm gonna go and have a bit of a drinking party with a lot of my colleagues. Nice people.
Oh, that'd be cool. I can't really
Oh,
do that
yeah.
with my colleagues because, well, I mean, I can. We occasionally hold Christmas parties, but that's about it.
I mean, we should get together one day, just drink the fuck out of each other. In a pub. That sounds weird. God damn it.
Amazing, Tim.
Where is he
my
going
life.
with this? I wonder.
I have no idea. I just want to say that I want to go out and have a drink with you guys, and instead I made it sound. God knows what the fuck that was.
I need to be.
I mean,
Can you guys tell? Can you guys tell that I've been 20 days aboard this boat right now?
yeah, I think we can. Anything sounds good to you. I mean,
God damn it!
I mean, I have had quite a lot of interesting responses to my voice, but that's the quickest.
Oh, jolly! I want to drink you. Oh my god, that actually reminds me of something. I was in a party with a friend, and the host got a telephone from one of his exes, and she actually just said, "I want to drink you."
Oh,
God.
Jesus. Yes,
Oh, man,
student of
it was,
history. If the border's ever frigging open again, we will absolutely have an international meet and drink.
Where would you hold it though? That's the
Probably in
thing.
Swindon.
That wouldn't be a bad place. I could at least get to Swindon.
Well,
I was very
lovely.
London's probably the easiest place because it doesn't matter where in fucking Europe it is from my point of view.
well, yeah, I suppose.
Why
London's a
not
bit of a
just
shithole,
Gdansk in
though. To
Poland?
be fair, so Swindon, but my problem was I couldn't afford at the time to go to the Lotus Eaters meetup this time because I just dropped £800 on the new microphone that I was going to use to record the podcasts. Podcasts? I'm not recording podcasts. I'm recording articles.
Well, you are technically
Or the
recording a
podcast.
podcast.
Well, it's, okay. Technicality.
Aha! Technicalities! Always.
Kind of Duffy B crash the studio and drink keto-rich beverages. Well, if we want, if that's kind of why it's like we'll do it in Swindon and we'll just give the Lotus Eaters an invitation.
Yeah, we're bigger than you now, guys.
we're
Of course,
having our
if they
own
accept
meetup.
husband,
We're having our own meetup in Swindon. You guys can come join if you want.
You just rent office space next door. Bigger office. Don't give a shit.
that's actually kind of a plan that Oiled has.
Oh, God.
Yes,
Oh,
with fresh bread baked on site.
Yes.
oh, that would be cruel. I like it.
Yes. Yes. You can be our mole on the inside.
I'm not even close to the inside. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you can get there.
We've already
Gradually.
got them all on the inside. We've got John in the Discord.
Yeah,
Poor
that was
John.
probably the real
Yeah, but
reason.
we can
That-
have more moles.
I mean, that was
can never
probably the
have too
real
many.
reason they couldn't hire me, because my name's Jonathan. It would just cause way too much confusion.
Oh yeah, definitely issues.
And then me and Jonathan would have to have the one style fight to the death to see who the true Jonathan is, you know?
Okay, just gotta say, I love that movie. So weird and awesome.
I love his weird sort of like hand movement one. There's like this gif of him going whoa with his hands as he's about to fight some SWAT teams, and it makes no fucking sense, but it's hilarious.
And also the end is pretty good, where it's like, I'm nobody's bitch. You're all my bitch. And it just fights a fucking planet.
And it's a prison planet, so everyone's there been like working out for years, just completely jacked. And for some reason, he's on top of a pyramid. Oh, yeah. Brilliant.
And that's his life now, just fighting on top of a pyramid with buff dudes coming after his ass.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can share this idea I have sent the Lotus Eaters.
Well, as you're looking into that, I will move away from our merch store because yes, we've got one before the Lotus Eaters do.
Fuck it, Carl.
Yeah, and just before we get into the good stuff, quickly need to cover that YouTube are being cunts again. And
Really?
they're going...
Again?
Well, you've probably already heard it. They mentioned it briefly on the Lotus Eaters. YouTube's to remove all anti-vaccine misinformation. Using, of course, the definition of misinformation that is anything other than filleting Fauci.
Yeah.
Oh, we're fucked.
Yes. So, sadly, we're going to have to be very, very careful and very specific with what we say.
Yeah, so whenever we're speaking about the COVID-16, we're speaking of it in Minecraft. Yeah, the Minecraft mod.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh god, what is
Sorry,
Discord doing to that poor SGV? Hang on, can it download?
You guys are roboting
Oh,
a bit.
there we go.
Sorry, I just...
Only orcs!
What happened?
That's my merch idea.
Where do you post it?
I sent it to Bezic straight.
It's on the
yeah,
stream now.
Yeah.
Let's see. And my stream need to update. Nice.
Yeah.
Now,
Yes.
I have no idea if the Lotus Eaters will take me up on that, but I would like it. That would be cool.
Oh god.
I'll cross my fingers.
If they don't, we want it.
Hell, I'll even make some changes just to make it work for us.
Well, I mean, it seems like an appropriate thing for the Lotus Eaters.
It does. Especially with the orcs, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the chat. It is only orcs.
So,
Oh man, I love Lotus Eaters.
I've had a love-hate relationship with YouTube for the last 6 years now. When I first started on YouTube in 2015, I kind of I had this idea. Well, PewDiePie, he's an idiot. If he can do it, I can. And I obviously had my first YouTube channel doing gaming, and I'm sure you've seen, obviously, Bezic, you've seen it, but obviously the separate YouTube channel that I've been working on recently, and I'm just kind of like, I always kind of liked the idea of doing political stuff, but I always felt like it was just not worth the hassle to deal with all these pieces of shit trying to tell you what piece of shit you are all the time, and I'm just like, I just want to play games, leave me alone.
Ah, yes, I just want to play video games.
Pretty sure a lot of the people in the Loaders Theater circle are gonna have that on their tombstone.
Maybe we need to add that to the list of merch ideas. A tombstone with "I just wanted to play video games."
I'm already sketching it.
Nice. Dear.
So I actually missed some of the podcast today because unfortunately I was recording an article, so I missed the first one about Facebook.
Ah, well, good thing we do an after show, isn't it?
So
Yeah,
I'm going to be coming into
Facebook.
this completely blind. You guys can tell me what I should think, okay? Because I'm the resident retard, so it's fine.
You're gonna have to fight Trim for that.
Hey, that's my position. Damn it.
We just want
Sorry.
to play video games, yeah.
Yeah.
We just wanted to play video games in front of a fucking mass grave.
So they didn't cover some of the articles that they had in the links, but we generally do just cover everything because turns out we do long form content, which is oddly enough exactly what every live stream expert on YouTube says not to do.
Well, yeah. You want to have short, sweet, and lots of it.
So they tell
That's what
us,
she said.
despite the fact that we do like 6-hour streams and have consistent viewership, which is strange. But yeah, so
Still amazed by that.
yeah, it's crazy. Everyone involved in this is crazy, but it's great.
I love you guys. Platonically, of course. Not in a I want to drink you fashion.
Yeah,
I
everyone's
do like the
lovely.
idea of a meetup, though. Back on that topic, just briefly, I do really want to meet up and actually. That actually was one of the things that appealed to me about applying for the job for the Lotus Eaters in the first place. I wanted to be around people who have similar mindsets because since my brother's death, we had this woman basically set up a charity concert in his honor, and that was fantastic and lovely. But then, like, she got very, very weird and was always talking about communism and trying to bring it forth and stuff. And I was a bit like, I don't want to be around these weirdos. I just want to be around normal people. Go for a pint, just chill out.
God damn it.
Anyway, sorry, I'm distracting from the articles.
Yeah,
I'm very
that's
bad
good.
at this podcast stuff.
Oh no, this is literally just what we do. We get distracted all the time. There's a reason our
That
streams
is
take like
nothing
6
new.
hours.
I'm one of the reasons for it, so no
Yeah.
need to apologize, man.
Well, let's first up, remembering, of course, back to so the topic is social media is destroying children. So remember back to when Disney broke their deal with PewDiePie after his alleged anti-Semitic posts, because apparently that damaged their brand. But
Okay.
yeah,
I don't think that it did anything. I mean, if anything, it just proved there was a massive problem with Fiverr.
well, is it technically even a problem? Because like, yeah, it's a bit odd that they'd actually say that. But turns out people will do a lot for cash, especially if they're in a country where $5 is worth a lot, like Australia.
Yeah. Also, isn't Jesus on Fiverr?
Yes. So, Facebook had some internal documents released ahead of an investigation. Turns out that their rules don't apply to everyone. They have a secret elite that's exempt, but we knew that. So they have a program known as Crosscheck that's intended as a quality control measure for high-profile accounts. It shields millions of VIPs from the company's normal enforcement. So
more of the same then. More of the same, just more Susan stepping on everyone.
yeah, but this time it's Facebook. It's the Zuck. And of course, Facebook knows that Instagram is toxic for teen girls. Doesn't stop them because they don't care.
Yeah, I got on at that point actually, and I'm not really that surprised to be honest, because fuck those guys.
Yeah. So repeatedly, the companies found that Instagram is harmful for a sizable percentage of their young users, most notably teenage girls, more so than other social media platforms.
It's funny because I was having a conversation with my missus about this last night, about how social media is just genuinely destroying the morale of the very, very young teenagers and so on. And then they're getting these very unrealistic expectations of the world and then being completely disillusioned with everything.
I mean, it's a fucking cancer at this point, in my opinion. It just ruins people.
Well,
I mean, I was at the start of this. I was like a mid-teen when the internet came on. You got this whole thing starting, and hey, I got a bad case of it too.
No, I've had moments where I've just turned off my social media. I mean, I outright deleted a 12,000 subscriber YouTube channel because I got all fucky with it because I was like, nah. I had a big note moment and decided to bugger off, you know. So yeah, no, I absolutely know that social media can be absolutely cancer. Also, I just have to say in the comments, I actually love that Hugh White John and Asian John. Perfect way of distinguishing us.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Yeah. So, Facebook's employees, interestingly enough, do flag things like drug cartels and human traffickers. Company doesn't give a damn. Doesn't do anything about it. At all.
Of course.
Oh man, actually, I flagged this piece. That I was just browsing on Instagram, and one of these fucking spam accounts appeared. You know, when they advertise accounts to you, like, oh yeah, you should follow this, and it's just this woman with her tits out. And I'm just like, what the fuck? This goes against the community guidelines. So of course I report it, and then, oh yeah, our bots have detected that this isn't actually nudity at all. So I asked them to review it. So a person has to review the fucking thing. It's like, no, no, nipples aren't nudity, apparently. I was like, what the fuck is going on? I actually posted it on my Twitter. I was just like, this is bullshit.
Maybe she identified as a dude, meaning that her nipples are now man nipples, which is apparently okay too. So, you know.
I
But
identify
would
as a
that
man.
make us gay?
Both interesting things that have just.
Yeah. So,
Sultans of Shadilay asking the real questions.
yeah. And then the people writing the article about Facebook then go on to complain that uptake on the Fauci ouchie was hobbled by people saying hate facts on Facebook, apparently.
Oh God, pain.
Yeah, so sadly we can't talk too much about that because YouTube are being bastards.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still not taking that needle, just saying. Just fuck it.
I'd rather
At
get a
this point, I'm
tattoo.
just doing it out of sheer stubbornness.
Yeah, well, that's it. Originally, I'm like, maybe I want to wait to see more information. I know I still want to see more information, but also just no.
Well, my missus got the first jab, and then they had all the stories come out of, these problems that were happening with it. And then, nope, no more jabs.
Good.
But
So,
how
yeah.
dare you make a personal medical decision based on the information available to you? Just do what you're told.
Oh, I'm clearly killing people. Actually,
Yeah.
from my perspective, kill everybody, kill everyone. I want to kill everyone and then take all of the things for me. Yes, ultimate capitalism. Why not?
Yeah,
Yes.
poor
Yes.
Treve has been coerced by his government and family, and we'll talk about what the government did today. Well, technically yesterday. That's really absolutely fucking mental. When we get to that,
Oh, I just saw his comment. Yeah. Okay.
Shall remember you, Mr. Tree.
yeah. Unfortunately, we won't be able to attend his funeral because you can't travel interstate.
Plus, they don't hold funerals for trees.
Yeah.
Tree is a true gamer. Very oppressed.
Indeed. So, of course, Facebook wants to attract preteens in all sorts of ages. Like, one document says, "Why do we care about tweens?" Which, again, I hate that word. And then it goes on to say they're a valuable but untapped audience.
What the hell is a tween?
It is someone between 10 and 12 who
Basically, it's in the limit to the favorite zone of a pedo.
it's basically saying it's basically child between 10 and 12, but redefined to make it more pedo friendly. Because, if they're a tween, they're more like a teenager than a child, so it's okay to molest them. Say the left wing.
So they're not a pedophile, they're a tweenophile. I see.
Yes.
But fortunately, my wood chipper has a setting for tweens too.
For tweens, not just tweenophiles.
Oh no, every single kind of file and also
Just
some
everything in the wood
tweens.
chipper. We need as much mulch,
Yeah,
to grow the crops as possible.
yeah. I mean, we got to put use to them somehow.
Well,
Be more productive in society, I'm sure.
Essentially, in Minecraft, Susan, in Minecraft.
exactly. And then, of course, Facebook's done internal research that shows that Instagram has a negative impact on teen girls and others.
Wow, really?
Yep.
Holy shit! Stop the fucking press. Who
Who could have
knew
thought?
that? Jesus, I am shook. Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, I don't know what the fuck they expected.
Well, they knew exactly what they were doing. They were just hoping that their researchers would lie about it.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
pay them enough money, they'll tell us what we want to hear.
Yeah, basically.
Speaking of Fauci, I mean, wait, what?
I'm so tired of that fucking shill.
Right, here we go.
And he's not a funny kind of shill. He's the actual original meaning of a shill. Just a fucking annoying piece of shit.
Yeah. So,
Sorry.
25% of UK girls say that Instagram makes them feel somewhat worse or much worse about themselves.
Jesus.
And 21% of US girls.
How? I don't understand why so many parents are letting their teenage children on these sites. Like, I didn't get a fucking phone until I was bloody 16, and I didn't get a smartphone until I was an adult.
Yeah, and the
Ridiculous.
craziest thing is, if you are 18 now, your parents are almost certainly millennials who grew up with this crap. And like Callum was saying, I didn't have these kinds of problems. It's very strange. But it's
I mean, I I don't know. I don't know what to even say about that. It just to me it reeks of a lack of parental responsibility.
well, that does seem to be the problem with like the last 30 years of children. Says the guy
Basically.
born less than 30
What?
years ago.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm 30 years old. That means me.
Hey, you're 30 as well?
Yeah.
Huh, nice. 1991?
Yeah. August.
Hell yeah, July. I'm the oldest here. Respect my authority.
Shut up, Boomer.
Ah, shit.
Best part is with Trim's tech skill.
It's a Luddite. I'm a Luddite, okay? Not a boomer. Screw you.
Yeah. So, like one of the other slides on this thing is like social comparison exacerbates problems teens are dealing with. No shit.
Yeah. And actually, to further on student of history comments, he said, they're using social media to compare their 14-year-old selves to 25-year-old model sugar baby. No shit, it's going to hurt their self-esteem. Like, that's the other thing. The people that they're comparing themselves to probably have lots of different surgeries. They've got a shit ton of makeup, expensive makeup at that. They've got professional photographers with lighting equipment. And these kids are looking at themselves in a camera phone thinking, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like, it's not wonder that these people are suffering from dysmorphia of some kind.
Callum said the exact same thing.
I didn't know that because I didn't see the section. Oh, God.
But yeah, he said pretty much exactly the same thing. It's
I'm
no
gonna have to
wonder
cut my hair
that.
short, do a similar hairstyle, and just like do like a mimic of him. Grow my beard out a bit more.
Yeah,
Oh,
why not?
and also remember to do an impression of Keemstar.
That's Callum. Carl doesn't do that.
You could do Callum. Callum is basically a mini-me of Carl.
Is he?
Well, that's a meme at least.
Huh. I never really thought of it that way.
I think it's funny. But then again, my sense of humor is the same as jiggling a bunch of keys in front of me is enough to entertain me.
I mean, to be fair, you have been on that boat a while.
Yeah.
Blame the boat, if anything.
Yeah, that's the best part about working on a boat. Whenever shit goes down, the boat is a perfect. Damn. Ugh.
Why didn't you cook breakfast? Well, the boat, it sailed away without me.
There's actually a rule here. If you manage to miss the boat, you have to pay to get aboard. The boat won't slow down for you. You have to take buses, airplanes to get ahead of it, and you're gonna
Oh
pay for
my
it all
God.
yourself.
I like that.
Yeah. One guy was unlucky. He ended up spending half a day traveling and he lost like 10,000 kroner. That's like
Oh.
1,000 euros.
Damn. Well, I mean, he learned his lesson, hopefully.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Mathis, thanks for joining the stream.
Yeah, we'll catch you later, Matthias.
Have a nice day, man. Bye.
Sorry, I'm going into Twitch mode where I talk to the chat.
No, that's good. We like to
That
talk
is
to our
okay.
chatty. It is the ideal mode. It's what makes it interesting for 6 fucking hours. Yeah. So of course, Facebook's been downplaying the internal research that's on the eve of the hearing. What a shock.
I mean, why wouldn't they? It's not as if it, would interfere with their income.
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, and as the article says, literally, one slide literally says in the title, 1 in 5 teens say that Instagram makes them feel worse about themselves. But apparently that's not a problem.
I'm just gonna quote a certain YouTuber. Imagine my shock.
What's that meant to be?
PJ Watson.
Oh, I have no idea who that is. That's...
Really?
Yeah. I'm out the loop.
Not
He's a
Paul Joseph Watson. I've heard of him, but I've never bothered to check out his stuff because I've got enough stuff to check out from people I'm actually interested in. Like, goddamn,
he's a bit of a on-off thing. He makes some long-form videos and then a lot of short ones.
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
Oh, as an aside, I just had an email from Vicky, and she seemed to think the t-shirt idea was pretty funny. So, so
Excellent.
far, so good. We'll see if that goes into production.
Also, I meant the one I said on the video that I'm also open to make designs if they're interested.
The best thing to do is, like they said, just make some designs and send them in.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad, Stron. I have no idea who that is either.
Used to work for InfoWars. Ah.
Oh, I see.
Joined UKIP with Carl Dank.
Oh,
Right,
Paul
that
Joseph
guy.
Watson.
Yeah.
Right, now I hear the name written down. Oh, like... So my brain did not make any sense of it when you said it out loud. It just completely went blank.
He's the imagine my shock guy.
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, I remember what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
So The Atlantic, in an article titled "The Largest Autocracy on Earth," says Facebook is acting like a hostile foreign power. It's time we treated it that way.
What? Nuke it?
I mean...
Yes, I mean,
And
maybe?
they based out of Silicon Valley, so no objections?
I mean, I have none.
Okay.
Not at all.
All in favor say aye.
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 Motion carried.
Amazing.
Deploy the nukes.
Get on it, Oil.
He'll just use the phone emulation thing.
Is Oil going to become a nuclear warhead baron next?
What do you mean next?
Or-
Maybe?
Or alternatively, is this the ultimate conclusion of the dildo wars?
Oil just comes around saying weeb and then nukes them all. Would be an epic conclusion.
I mean, that's for sure.
There we go.
Do you think Silicon Valley has its own nukes to fire back?
I mean, at this point, it wouldn't surprise me.
Nope.
And, I mean, they do own the head of the armed forces. You know, Millie the Traitor, or whatever his name is.
The commie guy, right?
The White Rage guy.
Yeah,
Nah. I'm gonna have to say, you don't nuke New York, Robert. What you need is a biological plague that kills out the people. Because the facilities there could be reused. Really useful facilities.
Yeah, but neutron bombs are quicker.
Zombie plagues. Zombie. Why not just
Well, I
go
mean-
all out to make a raid zombie? 28 days later, that shit.
Yeah, and then you could just make TikTok into what it should be, a way for people to show off their zombie adventures.
Yes! Also, you can have that awesome
Or-
guitar riff in the background.
Or, we build a wall around California, cut off the power, and turn it into, like, the zone.
Seems like, nah, just nuke it.
I like where this is going. Oh, shit. Speaking of oil.
Hello.
Yeah, if you say my name 3 times, I appear.
Yeah, so you're basically
Well,
a fairy. Is that what-
I thought it was because we said New York 3 times.
Oh yeah, sweet. What's happening, ladies?
We have made a decision that we're going to nuke Silicon Valley.
Well, I mean, it will turn to glass nicely.
I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
Well, solar panels, really.
Ah, yeah. Solve that energy crisis.
Well, just removing the population in New York would help, to be fair. or
True.
Silicon Valley, whatever. Either way, all good.
Why not
Basically,
both?
we need a sort of Genghis Khan type figure to deploy the green agenda.
You Fallout New Vegas, but just having a Kaiser just running over.
Wow. Yeah, no historical figure did more for growing back forests than Genghis Khan.
Yeah, a point there.
I
Can't
mean-
argue with that.
Literal whole forests grew back after he passed through.
Wait a minute. That article above actually says it actually says Facebook is a doomsday machine.
Wow.
Based.
I mean, not wrong.
Yep. They've literally got a
Basically,
linked
an
article.
experiment about what happens if you give children crack, isn't it?
Yeah, the architecture of the modern web poses grave threats to humanity. It's not too late to save ourselves. I think we need base Florida Man to save us.
Might actually do.
I like that guy. He's good.
Mm-hmm.
All men are Florida men.
If you're not a Florida Man,
Hashtag I
you're
am
a
Florida
woman.
man.
How dare you, misgender?
They actually talk about Megadeth. In the
What?
Yeah.
Like the band?
No. We have a word for the scale of destruction that the Doomsday Machine will unleash. Megadeth.
Based.
Based.
Lovely.
But basically, they seem to be implying that Facebook is automating the extinction of all life on Earth.
I mean, I'm sort of into it.
Yeah,
I mean,
you are technically
How
on
far are they off
Earth
the
at
truth?
the moment.
And this is where Oil says, "So you think," and then he fires lasers from his spaceship. Weeb.
Hey, depending on what planet he's on, we'll at least have a couple of minutes to say goodbye.
Yeah. I hope I mutate in something by default, like a fucking giant rodent mutant guy. That'd be cool. A Deathclaw.
I'm contractually obliged to deny the moon base.
What moon base?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I
sure.
thought so.
So how much to get a ride on up there?
No, he can't tell you anything. He's muted himself now.
Yeah. Have to ask.
Well, at least he proved that he's now on the moon because,
Yeah,
shitty
Yeah.
connection.
Turns out the Wi-Fi's awful on the moon.
He's literally being
Makes
censored
the-
from telling us the truth. It's a conspiracy.
Speaking of conspiracies, Florida's going to investigate Facebook for alleged election interference.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's not surprising,
lovely.
is it really?
Yep. Good old Ron DeSantis claims the social media giant is clandestinely manipulating elections by exempting VIP users from the same standards as other users. Two points. The fact that they mean clandestinely, and Facebook's admitted to it.
Well, clandestine's usually referring to spy work.
I mean, it is the CIA's job to destabilize the countries, and it
So
does seem to be what
I've-
Facebook's doing.
because I'm an idiot and I didn't know what the word meant, I've looked it up, and clandestine name, it literally is an adverb, and it means in a secretive and illicit way. The
Wow.
more you know.
It's definitely illicit, but not terribly secretive.
How did you not know that totally obvious thing? Yeah.
True.
Actually, I'll tell you what, with the articles, the number of words I've had to look up the pronunciation of, it's been bloody ridiculous. Normally it's names of things.
I hope you looked up
You're being jammed by the NSA oil.
I think he's asking if I looked up clandestinely. I can't tell. It's literally turned into a robot.
Dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun.
Speaking of which, proud you overlord masters.
Nice.
Awesome. Can you say Roger Roger like that,
I can, yeah.
please?
Just a second. Roger, Roger.
Awesome.
Beady, beady, beady. Buck you, buck.
Oh man, this is lovely.
The oil guy keeps like bouncing back with just me in like the
Boop,
background for me.
Bop. We're now in the robot hour, guys.
Right, so Florida's Secretary of State Laurel Lee is going to probe disclosures uncovered in the Wall Street Journal's September 13 report, The Facebook Files, that VIP users were whitelisted from its policies during the 2020 election under a program called Crosscheck. DeSantis says that if this new report is true, Facebook has violated Florida law to put its thumb on the scale of numerous state and local races. Floridians deserve to know how much this corporate titan has influenced our elections.
Well, let's see how much it takes for Facebook to buy off this people. Make sure no one has to go any jail time or anything like that.
Well, considering
him
that
half
they
an
have
hour.
more money than many countries.
Well, I actually
Or
do think we're
God.
going down the route of cyberpunk, where we're no longer going to have countries at some point, and it will just be corporations that own land.
It's highly possible.
And Norway. And Norway.
Well,
I
they
don't know.
remain
What,
neutral and everything.
is your GDP higher or lower than Facebook's?
Dude, we have our oil fund and we just use the interest money on the oil fund. And we're still richer than half the fucking planet.
Oh,
So yeah, I think we're pretty good.
hey, just remember what that professor said. It's racist to look after yourselves.
Well then, racist we are. Suck it! Embracing the Norwegian. I'm not gonna take that one.
Oh, dear. Here we go. In various statements, Facebook spokesman Jew Pussy said the now defunct program is being unfairly targeted and that the company is constantly striving to ensure fairness while also stemming the tide of misinformation on its site. You'd be better off not making a statement if that was going to be your fucking statement.
Seriously, what was his name again? Was it Jude or Jew Pussy?
Drew.
That's
Drew.
what I
Drew
heard.
Bridger.
And that's not his name, it's just one.
Okay, because I. Oh Lord, that was beautiful.
Yeah. Sorry. Very, very interesting. And of course, there's the Senate Bill 7072, which may see platforming political candidates from a social media site punishable under Florida's Unfair Trade Practices Act, and allows social media users to sue and collect up to $100,000 for every day a site kicks them off, deletes a post, or uses algorithms to limit exposure to their posts. Based.
Cool.
Meanwhile,
I don't disagree. There left.
that's a shame. He's probably lost connection. Meanwhile, in Russia, Facebook could face hefty fines, say the regulators. Russian authorities on Thursday warned social media giant Facebook it faces a fine of up to 10% of its annual turnover in the country unless it deletes content Moscow deems illegal. Now, normally I'd have
wonder what. Sorry, I was going to say, I wonder what Russia considers illegal that they're actually objecting to.
Well, apparently, it's child pornography, drug abuse, and extremist content.
Yeah,
Now,
I
my
mean,
only problem with that is the possible definition of extremist content.
yeah, I mean they're very protest. I think there's a lot of, well, Putin trying to keep in control at the moment.
Mm. And as Robert Longshaw points out, that's turnover, not profit.
Hmm.
So, very interesting indeed.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yes.
There's a little private airport near here, and sometimes it just kills the you know.
Yeah. Turns
Kills
out
it.
being too close to a high power transmitter does that.
Yeah.
I thought you were doing a bloody airplane impression then. Me.
Yeah, it does. It just seems to fuck with it quite badly at times.
Yeah. Strange that.
Yeah, it's just very annoying. Like suddenly your GPS just goes, "Fuck it, don't know where you are anymore." Just...
Great.
Actually, it reminds me of a really stupid anecdote and about how stupid GPSs are and how stupid drivers are. There was an issue where someone wanted to go to a town in Australia. So they followed their GPS along the coast road. Then the GPS told them to turn right. Problem is, immediately to the right was the mangrove swamp and the ocean.
That's pretty
I
decent.
mean, how many people would actually follow that one?
I mean, most
I mean,
leftists.
okay, yeah, I was about to say most of them would probably have voted the Leech King.
I mean, I have to say, mine took me to through a stream once.
A stream?
Yeah.
Like a
Pro-
river stream?
Well, like a small.
Yeah. Beck. Okay, gotcha.
My mum isn't very good when it comes to navigating, and following her GPS ended up halfway to Scotland at one point. Not sure how, but she did.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah.
I've seen similar news stories where, like, someone that follows their GPS and 48 hours later they're like 5 countries away,
Well, in Europe, yeah, I guess.
and then to the Australians and Americans, it's like 48 hours. They barely get you out of the state.
I woke up in Estonia once. I didn't drive, but I did. I don't remember going there, but I did end up in Estonia.
I mean,
I
it is
start-
Estonia.
I started off at a house party in Scotland, but I woke up in Estonia.
Wow,
Man, intense night.
teleportation, eh?
Is that how you know it's been a good party, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we were Scotland was playing Estonia
Oh,
that weekend, and I'd got very drunk at a party with some friends, and we decided, fuck it, let's go to Estonia, and we got a bus and some trains, and there may have been some chemicals involved, and yeah, I basically woke up in a hotel in Estonia and went, where the fuck are we? How did this happen? Well, there you go.
If we have a get together, how the fuck's that gonna end? Suddenly do we just wake up halfway across the aisles?
We're gonna have to have a
Well,
responsible driver.
Trim, as long as we wake up separately, I'm okay with it.
Well, I mean,
agreed.
Given what he was
Agreed.
saying to me earlier, God.
Shut the fuck up! That was a fucking god damn it. If this becomes a meme, I'm gonna get angry.
Or the very least, Trim, I don't want you to wake me up until you've got a cup of tea for me. That's the minimum acceptable.
Does he need to
No
make
worries,
you a?
man.
Does
No
he?
worries.
Does he need?
Breakfast in bed. I'll fix that.
If you've taken advantage of me, at least bring me breakfast.
Full traditional
Of
English
course I
breakfast
do.
in the morning. Is that what you need, Oil?
Yeah, I'll have my eggs unfertilized.
God damn it, student of history. Ugh, man, just Maybe I shouldn't have joined the podcast when it's this close to my off time. Fuck it, it's fun. It's fun.
Uh,
Oh, incidentally, while on the topic, as a chef, ambiguously homosexuality is part of the job.
what's ambiguous about your homosexuality?
No, everybody makes gay jokes.
Yes, but what's ambiguous
Everybody.
about your homosexuality?
Nah, I'm pretty open with that nowadays.
Oh, come on, not even a gay dude with fucking ginger.
That's why I'm single. What?
That is,
Also, there are
that is why you're single. Yes.
also chloroform. It's a good thing. What?
And as a chef, you know how to prepare it.
Exactly. You have no idea how easily it blends to orange juice. I mean,
I
what?
do now.
Yeah, Trim's very good at making a coq au vin. Basically, he just drinks a lot of wine and gets his cock out.
Oh god.
Oh man. This now sounds just like a regular day with my friends. God damn.
I hope not.
I got some weird friends, okay? I mean, one of them
Oh.
shagged a fucking dog, so, you know.
We're not talking about that again, surely.
No, he's a Scot, though, just so you know.
I
He's
know,
a
I
Danish
know,
and
I
a
know,
Scot.
I know.
I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
that's
just point that out. That's from your country, dude.
A Dane Scot mix is a potent mix.
It's a potent mix for chaos, let's just say that.
Yeah, that's why I'm staying away from that girl from the gold tier.
The clever choice.
Whatever her name is, it Samantha or something?
Yesterday there was this guy in the gold tier, not the gold tier chat. Basically there was someone in the web chat immediately simping for her the moment she came up, and everyone started calling him a simp. And he started getting really offended, saying, "Oh yeah, I've had lots of pussy. You guys are all just virgins." Blah blah blah. I gave her a compliment. I'm like, "Oh my god."
I have to say, if you have to say I got a lot of pussy, I'm almost certain you've never seen a pussy.
Yeah, it's fucking amazing. Like,
if you feel the need to defend it, it's just like,
Oh.
have you the?
You know, when they react like that, they know they've been caught.
When anybody writes GF, I was with my GF. I'm like, no, you weren't. No one has ever referred to their girlfriend as their girlfriend in chat.
Name, nickname. That's it.
Yes, that girlfriend who goes to a different country, and you've never met in person, and
I want to
and yeah. Just look at Alex Holtz. Oh shit, sorry.
If you have credit card receipts in the name of your girlfriend, you know, I'm suggesting that that's not your girlfriend. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, I mean, I pay my wife's bills. I don't see her very often. I do pay my wife's bills. But you know, definitely actually married.
Yeah, totally. I believe you.
What was her name? I can't remember the name of the lady because the chat is asking.
Which one?
The gold tier.
Oh, the Danish
is it Samantha or something? Is it?
Samantha, säkert.
Sam.
I mean, if she's Danish, it's probably gonna be pronounced Samantha. Or Samantha.
Well, yeah. It's something
because,
like that anyway. Coop was trying to get her to sing or something. Anyway.
Oh, God forbid she joins the Sultans of Shadilay.
No, Coop was stalking her pretty hard.
Of course. Also, Alex Holt, he made a point. Everyone listening just became potential kidnappers. Yes, you all have.
True story. But then everyone listening is probably a white man, so you know. Kidnappers
Sophie.
kidnapping is fairly low down their list of thought crimes they've already had anyway. So
And
Very true.
Exactly. Why go to the hassle of kidnapping someone when you can just commit white-collar crime? Like Gladys Berejiklian, the New South Wales Premier. But we'll get to that later.
the casual crime never hurt anyone.
Wow.
Very true. Very
It depends
true.
what that
Yeah,
casual crime is, doesn't it?
Just because.
It's very casual.
I mean, if you casually murder someone, I mean, someone's got it.
I was watching some of that Labour conference yesterday,
Oh,
and
God.
there was a woman on it saying that she was a third generation survivor of the Holocaust, and I thought, what the fuck does that mean?
Is this still going on?
I'm a 14th generation survivor of the Battle of Culloden. Then, all right, fucking like is that what we're going with? I'm a 280th generation survivor of the Ark. I mean, fuck off.
To be fair, these people quite literally are the definition of living vicariously. They are in their heads 100% of the time.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, it's being me having been a fucking survivor of the Battle of Stiklestad.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And that actually was a battle with just sticks. So there's that.
Well, there were sticks, but there were also attached spearheads to those sticks, which also ended up entering the stomach of the king. So that was nice.
See, I was the only survivor of the Great Race to the Uterus.
So were I.
Wow.
I have to say, considering your diction, I'm almost 100% sure you're not a real crone.
I beg your pardon. That's insulting. How dare you?
Well, I just don't think I don't see how you can manage it with that.
I have such grand plumage, I'll have you know.
Yeah. What does your cloaca look like?
Cloaca, my friend.
Don't shit where you come. That's my motto. Anyway, moving along.
Yeah, this is a Friday, all right.
Okay.
I think he's just a pigeon who's dyed his feathers.
Funnily enough, like I said it. I think I've said it
Wearing a
before.
false beak.
I think I've said it before, but actually, my girlfriend, her last name is Robbins.
Name is Robbins. Yeah, no, I saw that.
It's brilliant.
But
Oh dear.
Yeah.
funny how things happen.
Yes.
And roughly speaking, how red are her breasts? So,
Well, it depends how much I slap them.
Wait. If she's called Robin, if she has a son, does he become Robinson?
Well, no, he should become Crowson because that's how it
Crowson, yeah.
works.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, in that case, if you get a daughter, it'll be Krogsdotter. Or if we're gonna go by the Norwegian one, it's gonna be Kråkedotter.
Well, if he gets a daughter, he'll throw it off a cliff like a decent.
Just a vow, maybe?
Just leave them in the forest with the wolves if they survive the night.
Go full Spartan. Let's go full Spartan. Throw it off a cliff.
Climb up this cliff to prove thyself worthy.
I don't think the Spartans threw the babies off the cliff, did they? I thought they left them on the.
Yeah, I don't know. Who cares? One of
Left them
those.
somewhere for like.
I mean,
Yeah.
the pansies just pretended to throw him off a cliff, while the real manly men just yeet.
Well, they
The
threw the whole wife
Norwegians,
off the cliff too.
but maybe I'm confusing it with the Norwegian OAPs who walk off a cliff. That's always quite fun.
I mean, when you get too old to fight and die, you just the only way to get in Valhalla is just to yeet yourself off a cliff.
Yeah, what's that one called again? Is it something Stepper? I can't remember what you call it.
I can't quite remember the word.
Yeah, it's
myself.
something Stepper. Something. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Me
used to know
either.
it.
Fuck. Yeah.
Good Norwegian tradition. yeet yourself off a cliff.
Uh,
If you can't plague your enemies, then you might as well just fucking call it.
As a reward for being a complete sword chad and having never died in a battle, you have to. As a reward for that, you have to yeet yourself off a cliff so you can go to Valhalla.
Yeah, you're so hardcore that nobody can defeat you, so you literally have to off yourself in order to be defeated.
Only the greatest warrior can defeat me, which is me!
Yay!
Which is some high quality Chad logic if ever I heard it.
Exactly.
Imagine you spend your entire life being a warrior, Spartan warrior, you're the best of the best, and then you choke to death on a fucking piece of apple or some shit. It's just like your nemesis, your entire life, your nemesis has been a bit of apple.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the power of the gods. Literally comes from a golden apple, which was kept by a goddess who had a goldfish memory and forgot where the tree was.
Cool.
I mean, for us it's cool, but not for them. I mean, I love the Norse gods, but Jesus Christ, there was a lot of stupid shit in those myths.
I used to enjoy telling everybody that I was a Norse pagan. Generally, because if I was going to believe batshit crazy stuff, I might as well believe the most batshit crazy stuff after all.
Fair enough.
Like fucking wolves chasing the sun out the sky and all.
Yeah. That actually Odin did that because the fucking the sun and the moon were just being lazy. It was like, okay, you don't want to do your job? Fine. And he just threw fucking 2 wolves after them.
Go fetch.
Yeah, it's essentially. Imagine if you have a paper boy, who's supposed to run a route, and he just laces around. So instead, his boss just attaches a piece of meat onto the kid. It's like, go fetch, boy.
Wood chipper, except old-fashioned style.
Yes. Passing through a dog's digestive tract.
okay.
Yes. So I notice we haven't done anything of what we're supposed to be. We've just rambled
Yes,
as
thank you,
usual.
Drew. So,
Sorry.
the pro Ron DeSantis ads. I mean, sorry, the remove Ron ads that make him look like an absolute fucking Chad.
Based.
Wait, so there weren't actually commercials for his campaign?
Yeah, apparently they weren't.
If I was him,
me.
I would. If I was him, I would literally run them. I would literally run them unedited. Just run them again unedited.
Just retweet them, yeah.
No, just put a Republican sort of like banner over them and just run them again completely as is.
This message is endorsed by Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, I hope to God he does.
Run them as they are and just put I endorse this message. I run this message and I endorse this.
Glorious.
That'd be super Chad.
Mm-hmm. So
what was that one name with Florida? Was it like a Florida perch?
Like, unironically, they think that's a dunk on him, and everybody else is just like, what? This is not a dunk. This is exactly what we believe.
How dare he let people make their own choices?
God,
what a racist!
It's like you would think that these lefties would get when they're creating these things, they would get like one vaguely moderate person to look at it, just as like a sanity check, and just go, like, as a moderate, how does this play to you? You know, like you think you'd employ like if I was like proper on the right and I was trying to win a political thing, I would secretly employ a couple of like super lefties, so they didn't know that I was paying them, and I would get them to look at I'd sort of leak them all my stuff to look at before I did it to see how they felt about it. That would be the obvious. In the same way as we leak all our tech to the Chinese, just have a quick look at it, see what they think. You would think that they would do that just to get like an idea of how they'll react to it.
No. These guys are so ideologically driven that if they even peer outside of their bubble, they'll die. They're like vampires. It's like the sunlight
Yeah.
to them.
Not too far from the truth, actually.
Indeed.
And you think they'd know one? You think one of them would know some vaguely moderate person?
Oh wow.
You'd like to think so.
I
So,
think you're
You might go, no, man, this is exactly
well,
what
actually,
they want you to say.
these guys would not know any remotely moderate people. And I'll tell you why. Because I've twigged on something that either the guys didn't notice or they just didn't cover. The fundraising link is Act Blue. We've seen these people before. In fact, the Lotus Eaters have covered them before.
Oh god.
These are the ones who are supporting AOC, for example. Or
Ah, yes.
Our
Oh,
Revolution, Organised to Win.
AOC drives me nuts.
Wonderful. Amazing. Makes me happy.
But-
Not at all.
So that's episode 60 of the Lotus Eaters, and in episode 79, they show up again.
Oh, Jesus, have you been doing research?
It's been working on this podcast.
What the fuck? What the fuck is this? When did
I
they start
have
doing
no
that?
idea. I'm just as stunned as you.
No
When
way.
did we start-
No,
when did we
Oil.
start issue-
I haven't been doing research. I've just got that autistic super memory.
Oh, right.
Fuck up, fuck off. When did we start giving that homework, for fuck's sake?
Since
No.
you stopped looking.
So we've got things like distributed denial of secrets, which are, of course, the interracial, intersectional trans flag doing dumb shit. Yeah.
Oh god, that's
I just
tasteless.
want to point out that making that cock pastry that one time is the most work I'm ever doing for any of this.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was. I'm going to demand. Sorry, just to take you briefly off topic, I am going to demand that the Lotus Eaters do like a what first year wrap up of the best comments.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's like a best comments compilation.
That'd be awesome.
God, I'm gonna have to think of something that's not shit then.
Have to have a lot of. There better be a lot of penis pastry in it.
Yeah.
That means I have to do that. Anyway, sorry, on you go.
So, where does all this money through Act Blue go? Well, it goes to things like Biden for President, Bernie 2020, the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, the Biden Victory Fund, Jamie Harrison for US Senate, Democratic National Committee. Oh, we've heard of the DNC. Aren't they the ones who backstabbed Bernie?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Funny that. So, it's just...
I mean, it's funny that they backstab him.
So, yeah, it's just another arm of the democratic manipulation machine.
Not really surprising.
I mean, they're pretty much Hydra at this point.
Cut one head off and another 6 grow.
Mm.
Yeah. Hydra on steroids.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty based.
But the ad on the airplane is even more ridiculous. You don't have to wear a mask. You don't have to have a vaccine. But you can do both those things if you want to.
It looks like the trailer, like they're about to actually dive bomb into a building.
Yeah.
Yeah. They should have gone full 9/11 with it. Just.
I mean, they've put on these dark filters. There's this all vignetting everywhere. It's really dark, but it's over contrasted. It's desaturated.
Yeah.
They're really trying to make it evil feeling, aren't they? Like it feels really dystopian.
Yeah. Did you know the pilot on 9/11 wasn't wearing a face mask?
Oh my god, I can't
That
believe it.
bastard.
Holy shit.
If he'd been wearing a protective face mask, all those people could have been saved.
I
Yeah.
actually, when the pandemic started, I decided to buy myself a full-on paint spray mask, full face covering with filters, and I walked around with it,
Yeah.
and I had so many people turning their heads and laughing. It was fucking brilliant. I'm like, obviously, I look like a
First
fool.
week,
Yeah, back
I
then,
wore
people on the right did it as a troll. Nowadays, people on the left are doing it unironically.
I was the first week I was wearing my NBC suit
Mm.
just for crack value.
I mean,
Nice.
I got to a point where I was paranoid enough to start creating my own sort of handmade weapons, just in case. But after a while, I realized
You are in
this
the
isn't a big
UK.
one.
Do
Never
remember
mind.
Paranoid?
that's illegal. But yeah, it's not paranoia if they really are out to get you.
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe it is paranoia, but doesn't mean you're wrong.
Yeah, like who was that
Your
guy?
weapons don't have that.
Who was that paranoid guy who thought the FBI was following him? Then it turned out the FBI was actually
They were,
following him.
yeah.
Oh, that's everybody.
So which one of you
They're
three is the
trying-
FBI agent? Because it can't be me.
Well, I have the
Cultured
professional
enough
equipment, so
to
I'm
be
clearly the glowy.
FBI.
Did
Or-
we not decide?
Yeah.
Did we not decide that Doom was the official glowy of this server?
Oh, there we
yeah,
go.
Yeah, that works for me. Clearly, the FBI don't have enough money to invest in high-quality mics like this for the purposes of spying.
Yeah, they're too busy arresting each other. Literally the fucking Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, any one time, 1/3 of the FBI is in custody.
Wow, that's it. The largest terror organization in the United States is the FBI. If we're going by participants in plots.
I think sort of deep down, everyone always knew that.
It
mean,
is nice to have proof,
not-
though.
Not really surprising, to be honest. Let's see.
So let's have a look at some of these, some of the base comments. Here we go. We've got Douglas Wayne. I feel the need to, I need to immigrate to Florida. Sounds like paradise compared to the dystopian cluster F up that there's the rest of the world.
I have to say, if I was allowed to just go to Florida, I fucking would.
That'd be great.
I'm seriously thinking about taking a flight to Mexico so I can illegally emigrate into Texas and stay there.
That would be nice.
I just want enough money.
But that's
and enough,
actually my best bet at getting citizenship.
I just want enough money and enough houses in other countries that I have a holiday home wherever I want to go. Nothing
Nice.
big, just 5 or 6 massive mansions or something.
Yeah, that's small.
I want one in Florida, one in Gdansk,
Mine are-
and then one in-
Look. I just want to live in a place.
Work hard. Let me know how you.
I just want to live in a place where it is legal to defend my property with a machine gun.
Fair.
So basically,
fair.
like Texas or Florida.
Wait,
You
did
just
I
want
want
to
to
get out of your parents' basement.
Bitch.
But there's a lot of replies to this remove Ron account, where it's like, not gonna
Yeah.
lie, this makes me want to move to Florida. Yeah.
Amazing.
It won't take. I don't think it'll take John too long to buy those houses now that he's on the Lotus Eater gravy train.
Well, I mean,
Obviously, they're obviously, judging by Callum's suit at the event, the Lotus Eaters are obviously paying top dollar for their guys.
when I first sent them a message, I sent them the industry standard rates for basically some like game dev stuff, the stuff that I'd been looking into, and they're like, with this price, you'd be being paid more than our hosts would be. I was like,
based.
Ah, yeah, you should do that.
Yeah, you
Weird.
should go good.
Clearly, the most important one here.
Well,
Amazing.
I don't want to. I just genuinely, I think the next person the Lotus Eater should employ is a fucking tailor.
Yeah,
I mean,
why not? Get them
true.
in the house all the time, so they're always looking suave.
Yeah, I mean, Callum had invested in he invested in a long-term clothing choice by buying a suit
I mean, the next thing you
that
can
he'd
do.
bought from Primark, and
Oh dear.
nobody told him he had to take the stitching out of his vents or pockets. So he got up on the stage and he had a bright white. He's wearing a light grey suit with bright white stitching across the vents.
Oh
Sake.
Lord.
So I had to grab him to one side and pull the stitching out of his vents. I'm like, Callum, how are you supposed to get a woman if you can't even wear clothes? For fuck's sake.
Fucking oof.
Oh dear. No,
Mind you, his shirt still fitted better than Civic Nationalist's one in his video the other day.
The two 8-year-olds in a suit?
Nah, it's two toddlers in a jacket. Two toddlers in their dad's coat.
I think their team
Is
probably has
Civic
room on
really,
it.
really short? Is this a
Yeah,
joke?
I met Civic. Well, what actually happened was I saw what appeared to be what I assumed was a Guardian journalist grooming a child because I saw a man with a child, and then when I got closer, it turned out that it was Commander Rolo with Civ Nationalist. But it turns out Commander Rolo is a mechanical engineer, so basically a paedophile anyway. I was pretty close. I was pretty close.
Jesus Christ. Savage, man.
That was brutal.
Well, fuck off. I walked up and Civ Nationalist said to me, I thought you'd be taller. You thought I'd be taller?
Wait. I mean,
I'd be a fucking adult.
I'm literally a fucking manlet, so no one's got any fucking worries on me.
I mean, I'm 5'7".
I'm 5'7".
tall.
I'm literally 169. The sex number tall.
That is quite big for a crow. I mean, I'll be honest, that is quite big for a crow.
What if it's 150 crows in a suit?
I mean,
Oh, shit.
that is quite large for avians in general.
Well, yeah. I mean, it makes it difficult to get around, and you know.
I bet it does.
My wingspan, though, crikey, that gets
unbelievable.
going.
Yeah, I bet it does.
How do you think I pull a Robin?
So it's quite handy for writing always to have a quill available.
Well, yeah, you never run out.
Yeah,
Literally pulling it out of your ass.
Yeah. I mean, that in itself seems worth the effort.
I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait till someone actually creates a giant furry version of me now.
I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not doing it.
He's just doing it in his mind.
I've already said I have my prices, but if I'm gonna do work like that, it's gonna be a high fucking price.
I'm still having my Swedish chef costumes created. So I can do full size versions of trim.
If it was 159 crows in a
Swedish,
suit,
dude,
would it be
Norwegian.
intelligent enough
You're
to run a
already
utopia?
failed miserably.
I think you really I don't think you really are a Norwegian. I think you're LARPing as a Norwegian and you're really actually quite a left-leaning Swede.
You think I'm a fucking Swedish glowy?
Yeah.
Fuck you!
I think the Swedish. I think the trans lesbian feminist government of Sweden has implanted you in our Discord as a agent.
Surely a Swedish glowy would.
One of the
become fairy,
founding
right?
members is here to subvert you all.
Yeah, it's a honey trap for righties.
Yeah, you heard it here, folks. You're all screwed.
That explains why he was trying to proposition me earlier.
the whole Discord is the whole Discord is designed from its roots up to attract spurgs. It's like
Well,
a spurg trap.
it's been fucking successful at that. I don't think
I
I've
mean,
ever seen this
nothing-
large a concentration of spurgs somewhere by accident.
Yeah. Well, it's like I said to John Wong on
Oh, fucking hell.
on Saturday. What do you call 16 spurgs in a cigar lounge? Gold tier.
You're
A
not
Sultans
wrong.
meet up.
By the way, 16 fucking people turned up.
Damn.
Holy shit.
I mean, I literally, not all at once. They came and went over the day, but 16 fucking people. I couldn't fucking believe it. I was like, genuinely, I was expecting 3 people to turn up.
I would have turned up if I had the opportunity, but I literally just spent 800 on my new microphone setup, so I couldn't afford to.
I swear, no, that's fair enough. I swear, I had no idea that many. I mean, like the lounge did amazing. They were like, come any. They say to me afterwards, come anytime. I think they took like $3,000.
Damn.
Just looking at the comments, I was like, oh, I can't imagine being called an S word, and I was like, a simp? And like, no, worse.
Swede.
Swede.
That is the worst thing you can say to a Norwegian. Honestly, I'm halfway tempted to fucking call me out for a duel now, dude. Jesus. This needs blood.
So you're not a fan
I mean-
of PewDiePie then?
Come at me, bro.
PewDiePie is okay because he's based. The only Swedes that are allowed are the base ones.
So what? PewDiePie and Toasty, and that's it.
It's not that many, no. I mean, the
those
third
look like
base
rookie
Swede
numbers.
has already started applying for Norwegian citizenship. So
So, Bezic, those look to me like rookie numbers. I think we need to pump them up.
Wow. Of course.
I mean, I don't know. This whole thing is just a big fucking joke, isn't it?
Well, doing that evil, hateful, white supremacist, racist thing called math, that's 1.6%.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what people are panicking over, 1.6%. But, oh look, here's Florida. From the 16th of August, it's gone from 56,000 to 5,800. They're complaining about New South Wales having 1,000 cases a day. It's like, guys, come on.
I didn't know England was a Scandinavian country. Spell England wrong. Fuck's sake.
I mean, Alex Holt, I can agree to that one. Denmark and Norway are pretty equal because, screw Sweden. And yes, England belongs to Norway because we thoroughly showed you how it's done in the beginning. And
England belongs to the Nords.
Everything you are is because of us. Our tough love made you who you are.
Actually, I technically have Norwegian genetics.
Yes. Because
I actually no, I
our
actually did,
great grandfather came to visit your great grandmother in the middle of her mill while we were
and pillaged her village. Yes.
Yes. And then pillaged her other village.
He went for dessert
Let's
as
see.
well.
Guardian Angle 93 and Gazelli, thanks for subscribing. Welcome.
Thanks.
Oh, oil guys in a train again. Or
Oh, well.
tunnel.
Yeah, poor.
Let's see.
It's kind of like he gets trapped in a hell world for about 5 or 6 minutes where it's just everything is
He
just
kind of
screaming.
deserves it, though. To be honest, he kind of deserves it sometimes.
You're still bitter about being called a...
Of course I fucking am. Jesus.
You're going to carry that with you the entire time you're on the ship. When you get off back on land, you'll be
No,
able to
I'm
finally
actually. I'm
release.
just gonna leave it as soon as I leave the conversation. If I hold grudges against things like this, I'd be holding a grudge against Oil the Guy for years, and I'm above that.
Harry's asking if he's the tallest one here.
Well, and yet he didn't bother to tell us how tall he is, so that's really useless.
We can't tell
I'm
you
just
if you're
gonna.
taller than us.
He's 5. He's 5 feet sharp. That's how I imagine it.
Actually, wasn't he shorter than Oil?
I'm literally 169 centimeters, and
Nice.
my girlfriend and I had been arguing for years and years about who was taller, and we went to the gym and got ourselves measured, and she's 170 centimeters. That bitch. Fuck.
Nice. I'm 183 centimeters.
Yeah, I mean, I've come to terms with being a short ass, but you know, I find that there's a lot of weirdness about height. People get really fucking sensitive about it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, well,
strange.
actually, this is a pretty funny one. One of my coworkers is 2 meters and 13 centimeters.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, he has to half the kitchen. He has to go like hunkered down.
How does he even fit through
So-
fucking doorways?
So he's the one you want to eat when the rations run out, right?
Yeah, but imagine us running out of rations. Jesus Christ, we're just trying to use up all the stuff before it goes bad.
What kind of ship is it that you work on again?
So
Sam?
what you're saying, Trim,
Uh,
is if I book a cruise, the all-you-can-eat buffet really is all-you-can-eat?
We haven't run out yet. Let's just say that. And we have Germans aboard. They're ravenous. I'm just saying that. Yeah, I can write it. I don't want to say it in public,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I can
no
write
worries.
it to you.
Just
But
send
it's
me
a
a DM or
coastal
something.
cruise. Let's see, just how the fuck did I make this work? There we go. There we go. I can't speak and talk at the same time because I am amazingly focused.
Yep,
I'm
you
just gonna
can't
say
speak
that.
and talk at the same time.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I can't breathe and think at the same time either. Ah, cool.
Yeah. Also, if you want to go for a trip there, just give me a call and I can actually give you a discount.
Well, I'd have to sort out my bloody passport, but that would be cool.
Yeah.
Is
Ah,
that
yeah,
the trick?
yeah.
We just have the Sultans meet up on Trim's boat.
Yeah.
No, you know the
Based-
reason. You know the reason is just after.
Does
my
it have a
voice thing.
casino?
Not a casino, but you can probably
We
with
can
your
make
money
one.
you could probably you could probably make one.
Oh, so Harry's measured himself by the swimming pool metric.
What?
He's used the swimming pool metric. So he goes into the swimming pool at 1.8 meters, and he's a little taller. His top of his head sticks out, apparently. So,
Nice.
I mean, that's one way of doing it, I dare say. Are you on the tippy
Yeah,
toes at the bottom, or are you
I'd say that's
flat-footed,
probably true. Having met him in the
In the face?
he's a little taller than he's a little taller than me and about half my weight.
Ah,
Sorry, the oil. Sometimes the way you cut out is just bloody hilarious. Yeah, we just met him in the.
That's all I said.
Oh god.
I bet if you want to show off the newest thing, you could just do that if you want. Or keep it as a surprise. Unless I should add more. I just don't know how to do
Well,
the fucking.
why don't we
face.
let chat see what they think? Here we go.
Yeah.
Our latest piece of art that we're going to just try and stick in the merch.
That's pretty much the same energy as everyone I disagree with is Hitler.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, Billy Blogs? No. I don't worry about the ship sinking because I am here.
Yeah,
I'm immensely fat. Nah, I mean,
Al-
let's just
Also,
say
there's a high
other ships in this fleet has had so much shit happening, and it hasn't gone down. One even had a full motor failure in the middle of a fucking fjord, and then it was like 1 hour later, it's like, no worries, we managed to start it up. We're continuing.
Yeah.
Germans are incredibly greedy,
Worst
and
comes to worst.
what?
I was just say, worst come to worst, you get rescued by polar bear, right?
Right. Rescued for a polar bear for about 2 seconds before it starts chomping on you.
Counts.
At least you're more safe than being, rescued in Australia.
I'd rather take my chances with the polar bear than the government.
I was going to say,
Exactly.
with everything in Australia wanting to kill you, it's not really a surprise that the police are joining in too.
Yes.
Yeah, the police are only the 6th most deadly thing in Australia.
No, I actually ought to get my Australian passport sorted out, but I just haven't had the interest to go back lately.
Why would you ever want to come back to Australia?
Because
I wouldn't think they would let you in. They're very anti sort of like you're bringing animals into the country. I wouldn't, and things like avian flu and things like
oh
that.
no,
I'm
I
not sure
mean,
they'd let a bird in.
I've got full citizenship, so I can even vote if I wanted to.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, but you wouldn't be allowed to leave the country again if you got in.
No, I
Yeah,
would.
if you go in, you have
I
to stay
get
there forever.
citizenship both ways.
No. What I'm saying is that with our totalitarian shitheels, like the borders
yes, that
closed
thing.
both ways.
Yeah, see, this is where having wings is useful, you know? I can shit on people from a high.
Treat people like mushrooms. Keep them in dark and feed them on bullshit.
Yeah. So speaking of manlets and Ben Shapiro, we've got a tweet from him about the plane video. This reminds me of my recent flight back from California to Florida and my complete and utter relief at being in a state where the governor says things like, "We trust people to make their own decisions in this state." Honestly, did Ron DeSantis write this commercial? Also, the Forever Purge. This is so bad the Lincoln Project must be in some way connected to it. But I do hope that COVID panicked or anti-vax blue state Democrats watch this video and stay the hell out and leave us alone. So it's a win for everybody. I need this recut so that the cutaways to Florida of people eating at restaurants, going to the beach and attending sports games, because that's the reality out here. We're living life normally.
Oh shit, the time. Well, I'm sorry to be cutting out, but it's starting to get a bit late. Have to get up early tomorrow because, Trondheim.
Ah, yes. You've got to go do that
At least
work thing.
Yeah, and also pay increase. Yeah.
Well
Happy.
done. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's been real fun and
Get fucking pay rises.
yeah, it's awesome.
I'm on
Well,
my
it's been-
fucking third project in 6 weeks. I can't keep a job for more than 2 minutes at the minute. But
Is it because you're actively trying to sabotage it in the long run? No answer. See?
no, that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah.
Exactly. So no wonder it doesn't fucking work. Well,
I just super. It's not my fault. I'm super effective at it.
well, then you should not put as much effort into it.
Well,
When you're good at something, right? Well, it's been real nice talking with you guys, and real nice actually talking to you for the first time, Jonathan. And
Yeah,
we'll
pleasure.
chat later.
So when you coming on shore?
I'm coming on shore on. I'm coming on. I'm getting home the 3rd of October.
Okay. Let me see if I
So-
can get out to Norway or something.
Yeah, just if you're ever heading off, just give me a call. I'll meet you up.
Yeah. Okay.
Have a wonderful day, folks. Bye-bye.
Night,
Shadilay.
night.
Shadowley.
Shadilay.
So there we go. Someone's done a recut of the video where it just cuts to people having a party on a plane.
Yeah. I mean, at first I thought it was an advert, so it probably was the visual.
I don't feel like that video needs any any mods or any editing at all. Really, it's fine as it is.
Yeah. Then there's
It's not
this.
that you can make it any more based.
Yeah. Then there's this idiot from Occupy Democrats, MasksNow.org, and of course, he's set his name as Grant Stern is fully vaccinated.
Oh, what a prick.
What a fuck! Imagine being so worthless as a person that getting someone else to give you a vaccine makes you think you're special.
Hi, my name's Jonathan Crow, and I don't think for myself.
Yeah,
Wow, I mean, someone's going to clip that.
yeah, I mean me. I also love the fact that Marcus's attempt to not be called the dildo guy has now ensured that he will always be called the dildo guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it certainly doesn't help that his name, when it flags up on the video, is that dildo guy.
Yeah, well, because he's had to run with it now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Not a
you
lot
can
of
even
choices.
change your name.
Oh God, yeah. Well, I changed mine twice.
I thought like you had to like email them and
I
tell
mean,
them to do it.
I just say like if you really fancied it, you could just change your name to Trim's a Faggot, and it would come up like that. I mean, I just saying it could be done. I'm not saying anyone should do that or that everyone should do that, but I'm just saying it could be done.
Hint, hint, wink, wink, nod, nod. Say no more.
I would never try and manipulate our culture into doing anything. I've certainly.
I would never.
I've made no efforts at all to subvert any of the members of this group to do anything that made me amused. I would never do that.
Actually, I should probably set my name to Jonathan Scarecrow for this month.
yeah, that'd be quite good. That'd be pretty based.
That unenthusiastic. Yeah, that would be pretty based.
I'll probably have to change mine to that unemployed guy for next week. So. I gotta stop syncing the projects I'm on out of. Yeah.
Right. So, is there anything else with this article?
Well, the one I've got up at the moment is good old Ronnie DeSantis just saying that Australia's COVID response is off the rails.
Wow, that's really harsh criticism there.
Yeah. Well, likened it to communist China. Yes. In fact,
Yeah.
not only should they not maintain diplomatic relationships with Canberra, I think that Florida should invade and bring freedom. Also, apparently the Michael Manning we have in chat is the Michael Manning from the Lotus Eaters, who's their video editor. Hi.
All right.
Hi, pleasure. Nice to see you.
Not quite as much of a celebrity as Bering, but whatever.
Oh, so we have an anthropomorphic crow and an anthropomorphic bear. I said that word. Just ignore
Anthropomorphic,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great. It's great that what's really lucky is that talking isn't like your job. That's
Well,
probably. I mean, that's probably for the best, isn't it?
funnily enough, my job is actually I run a company, so
Yeah,
don't need to do much talking.
I know.
So
I know. We won't dox you here.
I dox myself half the time. Bloody hell.
But I do like the name of it. It's right up there. Very good.
Name of what? Sorry.
I was trying to name my company something really unmemorable.
Oh, I see.
I
Yeah.
really enjoyed the name of your company.
Yeah. I mean, it was good fun. I mean, the main reason it was because we provide a smart service, supposedly. Um, even I'm cynical about the whole bloody thing, and I'm the one who named it.
Is it? But I was trying to
Oh dear.
name my ones
Full robot.
thing
He's back in Hell World.
something really unmemorable.
You were saying you were trying to name your company something really unmemorable?
I think we have lost him to the
It seems like
hits
it.
of hell.
Oh, no, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. That connection is just awful at times.
Yeah, sometimes you get some real fun roboting.
How
It's
come you're
actually just
staying
me
late?
trolling you to fun.
How come you're staying late, Michael? I mean, I imagine there's lots of stuff to do anyway, but
Well, I imagine he's editing the the extra segments that show up on the weekends.
oh yeah, that's a good point.
That would be my guess anyway. You know, Hugo left for really boring reasons, he says. Oh, well, it's still a shame that he left. We'll miss him.
Well, I imagine it's just something like
Yeah.
he wanted to spend more time at home, or he had to do a course, or whatever
Yeah,
it
or
was.
yeah.
As long as he's like no ire or anything, you know.
Yeah. He's legit just trying to find a USB cable.
I mean, like if I had to put my finger on it, I would say Josh actually assaulted them. That would be my. I mean, it's just my guess.
Of course, they're protecting Josh because psychology degree and all that.
Yeah, clearly.
Totally.
Actually, speaking of like the weekend segments that keep showing up, did those fuckers ever actually announce that they were doing that?
No, I don't think they ever did.
The segments just randomly started showing up. Oh, there we go. His commutes from London and train fares went up. Oh, it literally is the most boring reason possible. But holy shit, you fucking Brits have awful fucking train fares.
Actually, on a side note, I actually wanted to ask you, Michael, how are you getting on with the video editing role? Because it was something I originally applied for, and unfortunately couldn't take up that job at all at the time because of my circumstances. I wanted to know how it was going on because obviously, really cool to see them actually getting lots of extra content out now.
It does sound a little bit like you're just kind of hoping he's not coping with it so that you can get that job now.
Yeah, totally. I'm totally after that job and all the audio work as well, and running my own company. I have all the time in the world, you know.
Yeah. Don't be such a pussy.
Yeah, I guess could work
It's called capitalism. Get on with it.
Yeah. Wake up, work, go to bed, work.
I mean, the real question is why haven't you palmed your other business off to somebody else yet? That's the question.
Basically, I want to get to a point where I can hire a few more staff before I'm ready to do that.
Just hire one pole. Job done.
Well, I mean, I've got 2 employees so far. We're quite a small company. I've got another director that works alongside me.
All right.
Ah, that sounds really cool, Michael. Yes.
I'm
Oh yeah,
assuming
yeah,
he's saying stuff in the chat that I can't see.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
just having a really
He
weird
says
one-sided conversation with me.
love working the office. The role is a little boring, but looking forward to new studio as I'll be running it. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, because I forgot that they're going to expand. I think they were planning to buy a different part of the office to expand it and have a bigger office, so they had more distance from the writers and stuff, so there's less noise stuff, and they had more recording space as well, and that kind of stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm still tempted to rent the floor.
I mean, wouldn't that be cool? But we've got to have a bread maker though.
Well, as I say, I just want to rent the floor above and then just put like the bread makers in it and just get it in the HVAC system. Just...
I was going to say, surely they overseas have a job role for a cigar aficionado and a breakfast maker.
Why not? Apparently not.
Nice.
Also, I'm not convinced I can afford my hourly rate. So.
Yeah, but don't you charge like £2,000 a day or something? Or what was that? I think that was just for like your 2-day job where you pulled in like £4,000 or something.
I think the connection died for me.
Oh dear.
Oh, there we go. It's starting to work again.
Yeah, I missed that last bit as well.
And Michael Manning's giving up in the USB and he's going home because he doesn't have keys, but he'll come back later. All right, catch you later. And so, Michael, good having you in the chat. Nice to meet you. Okay, so Ron DeSantis, it says he won't run for president because he's busy trying to make sure people are not supporting critical race theory. Which I think is, I mean, that's a pretty good goal.
I mean, shouldn't that be the standard? Why the hell would you ever want to support such a fucking... no, don't even get me started. This stuff.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. We're working on a lot of things in the state beyond the governor's race. They've got school board races. He wants to make sure people are not supporting critical race theory, making sure that parents have the ability to say there. Excuse me, I am suffering from 2 a.m.itis. I want making sure that parents have the ability to send their kid to school the way they want to. Nice. Yep, banned it, teaching it in June.
I actually think people should just stop sending their kids to school.
I mean,
send them onto the work farm, the plantations, get them working.
I say
bring back the old apprenticeship system.
No,
actually,
fuck that. We go back to using coal, and we start sending kids up chimneys. If everyone uses coal, there's jobs for children forever.
And you'll become that coal guy?
Yeah, obviously. I think stop stealing children's historic right to work. For all of human history, children were able to sit out on their own and have jobs and be responsible for themselves. Didn't have to live under their parents' iron rule.
I mean, to be fair, there is something to be said about having extended childhood to a ridiculous amount. You look at people like Admiral David Farragut, who at the age of 10 joined the American Navy, and by age 12 captained a captured British vessel back to port during the War for Independence. You don't see kids these days competent enough to do anything of the sort. All I heard was a in response.
Yeah, but I was gonna say but I also really hate precocious children as well. So it's like two edges of the same.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I think it's all right for a kid to be precocious, but only if you can still punch them.
Well, I mean, my granddad always threatened to bash my ears together, so there was always that looming threat. So.
Well, I think kids need punching a
Oh
lot.
no, I think a thick ear now and again is a really good thing. I mean,
Yeah.
but yeah, you have all these very weak parenting these days where people are afraid to discipline children, and I
Well,
don't
I
think
think
it's healthy.
yeah. I mean, I don't. I think there's a reason why everybody younger than me is an arsehole, and it's because no, right, because I didn't get hit at school, but my older brothers did,
Mm,
and so although I didn't get hit, there was always the looming threat of it.
mm.
The shadow of being hit still existed because the teachers who used to hit people were still there, and you could say it. My tech teacher specifically, you'd say something and you could see him go. You know, he'd have to he'd have to sort of rein himself in from hitting you. His thought was to hit you, and you could see it in his eyes that he wanted to hit you, but he couldn't. And every generation after mine have no fear of the consequences of their actions at all.
Well, you see it with teachers. They have absolutely no control over classrooms anymore, and usually you end up with them just screaming at children, and the
You see
children
it.
just
You
push
see it
for it.
with parents.
Well, yeah, yeah.
You see it with parents all the time. Like you see like kids and their parents, and they talk about which restaurant, and the kids picking the fucking restaurant or something, like as if when I was a child, I got like on your birthday you might get to pick a restaurant, but
That's such a
Yeah.
weak fucking thing.
Well,
you
I've
know what I mean?
got
here's one of the problems with the teachers. Like, we've got fuckwits like this stuff, bitch. One of the 5,000 teachers who will not die for DeSantis. And anyone dumb enough to sign up deserves what they get. They're infecting children who are pretty much case, so they bring it into the homes of the working class. The people you ban from working. Like, I guarantee this person's a millennial who needed their ass kicked as a child.
I wouldn't be surprised if most of these people are, to be fair. And like, obviously, we're not talking about abuse or anything like that. We're talking about the discipline that is completely lacking in modern society. There's
Yeah,
like this
but
is why I
but
like
it's
Carl's dadism.
yeah. But I mean, it's all sorts of things. Like you watch some of these, like you see some of these reality shows sometimes, and they're going, "Oh, it's so difficult being a mother. I have to cook 3 different fucking meals." No, you don't. Just cook one meal, and your children will eat it. End of
Well,
story.
I've got the
You know what I
same
mean?
opinion on picky kids as I do on pit cats. You leave the food out, and they'll fucking eat when they're hungry.
Yep, yep.
How are you guys doing?
Hello, Angelo.
Hello.
Yes, actually, on that point, Bezic, that's exactly. I actually saw this thing where this little girl, she would not eat anything but little golden fish biscuits,
Oh yeah.
and
What the fuck?
the parents literally weren't doing anything. They're like, "Well, we don't know what to do." It's like, just let
You're
her
a
fucking
fucking
starve
kid,
until
parents.
she's hungry, and then she would start eating the veg. Wow, big fucking
Well,
surprise there.
that's
That
it.
a hungry kid will eat.
It's not child abuse if you go, here it is, some bangers and mash on a plate at the table. You don't have to sit at the table and eat it, but you don't get anything else. This is your dinner. It is now your problem.
Disciplining a child isn't child abuse.
No.
Unless you're
Unfortunately,
beating them to death.
yeah, well, that's no longer disciplining. That's just abuse.
No.
But I don't know. Like Billy Blog says, used to be any adult could cuff a misbehaving kid. Don't think it really harmed the kids. Swift boot up the asses.
No, I mean,
certainly
the thing
didn't
is,
hurt either.
kids are at an age where they are testing the boundaries of what is good and what is allowed in society. And if you're not telling them that that behavior is not acceptable in society, you're telling them that they can get away with it. You're
Yes.
not disciplining them, so you're allowing them to be degenerates.
And if you don't put any boundaries in place, you end up with leftists.
Yep, yep.
Okay, let's see what Ronnie DeSantis had to say. Right, parents have the right to have their healthy kids in school. In-person education is important for a student's well-being. their educational advancement, and their social development. The idea that schools are somehow a big problem when it comes to spread of the virus has been refuted yet again. Not only is the forced quarantining of healthy children disruptive to a student's education, but many folks in Florida are not able to work from home. With this rule, we are following a symptom-based approach to quarantining students in Florida. And I would remind, and to add on to that, the average 6-year-old has spent a third of their life under this stupidity.
They're also retarded.
A third of children are retarded.
Yeah. No, because they're still growing. They're still developing. They're not intelligent.
I mean, if you look at the demographics of our Discord, a third of our Discord is retarded. So,
Well,
you know.
they have retard intellect.
Yeah, but the difference is we have retard superpowers. Well,
Yeah.
No,
some
I
of
have
us do.
retard superpowers. I'm not sure.
I'm trying to work out which third I'm part of now.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'd say on the average avian scale, you're probably quite intelligent for a bird. So
Yeah, I mean, I dare say. I mean, the power of
No.
speech is the one thing.
Yeah.
you know, since you literally have the brain the size of a walnut.
Well,
Yeah.
tastes
Yeah,
like a walnut too.
But he has his.
Have you seen how crows are so intelligent, though? Fucking smart things.
Well, for birds, yeah.
Yeah.
He's no fucking jellyfish, is he? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, Bay
certainly not an
States
octopus
showed
either.
up in chat. G'day, Bay State.
Well, bird-related chat today. What's going on?
Hmm.
I mean,
What is it with
I mean-
the amount of animals in our chat? Friggin' crows,
I'm just
bears,
I just
apes.
said I'm just saying he's not two crows, is he? If he was two crows, then he could replace a Morty, but he's only one crow. So
Look. We have human-monkey chimeras all over our chat. Human monkeys made by the Chinese government. That's why we have tons of animals in our place.
Billy Blogs
Actually, what's happening
says,
is we're trying to slowly subvert you with the furries.
Yeah.
Dear. Billy Blogs says crows are smart, they can talk and use tools. Yeah, unlike progressives.
Not wrong.
but they are easily distracted with shiny things.
Oh,
And
that's
so,
funny.
and
Like
smart crows.
autists.
Yeah, smart crows. Yeah.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh dear.
I knew your name would do so much of the work. Pro meme's doing all the heavy lifting today.
Yep.
I'm doing what?
I said the crow meme's doing all the heavy lifting,
Oh, God.
keeping it funny today.
Well, I mean, you need to have a talking point, don't you? You can't just
Well-
rip on the Swede all the time. Oh, wait. Norwegian.
Ooh.
He's going to hate me now.
Well, we don't have Second in here today to tell us about that time he got run over in his driveway, or how his mother's a nurse.
I was loving that fucking iceberg, by the way, man. That's fucking hilarious.
I'm still working. It's not finished yet, but it's
It's pretty good.
yeah.
It's pretty good. I like my little boat.
Oh, yeah. Gosh, there's so many new channels.
Yeah, why does Australia get its own fucking channel? What's that
There's
about?
only like 3 of you.
Because Australia has more tyranny per capita than any other country.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's pretty based. Yeah.
I'm surprised I got my own channel.
Did you?
Yeah, look on.
What's
Yeah,
that one
look.
about? Oh yeah, no, you got. Sorry, I thought that was
Jonathan Crowe.
Sorry, yeah, it's
No,
Jonathan.
no.
Jonathan doesn't sound quite as deeply sexual on this Discord that he does on this show. Using a different mic, or is it just a shitty sound thing on this?
No, it's just Discord is shit.
What I'm saying
Sure.
is I'm not even a little bit erect at the minute, and that's unusual when I hear you. So
Wow. Second person simping today. Crikey.
I'm not
I
simping.
can tell you.
That's not simping.
He's criticising.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out.
I'm sorry, but I'm a crow. I don't have the intellect to know the difference.
Yeah, but it turns out, Jonathan, that we accidentally created a community of content creators, and it's like, fuck it. Like, anyone who has a YouTube channel can have a fucking channel on the Discord. Fuck it, why not? Oh dear.
I've been in engineering for 22 years and I don't create anything.
That's kind of engineer, isn't it? Don't want to make them have them
I'm sort
making
of
things, but
anti-engineer.
otherwise. Well, I mean, when you give engineers a task to make something, normally it's some sort of super weapon or something, and it's never good. That was a pity laugh.
So, what would you guys do with $3.5 trillion?
Oh,
Hookers and blow.
yeah, hookers and blow, definitely.
Okay, but once you got bored of the hookers and blow,
I mean, I'd
You
hopefully be
would-
dead by that point.
No,
but-
no, no. If you three and a half trillion.
the CIA doesn't want us to know what oil would do with hookers.
I mean, like, I wouldn't even want to change. I just think,
Just spent 3.5 trillion on hookers and blow.
but I mean, you wouldn't get too far into that $3 trillion before the hookers and blow killed you.
Well, there are worse ways to go, I suppose.
Literally, every other way is a worse way to go than hookers and blow. Every single other way. I mean, when you're lying on your deathbed, no one in the world has ever gone, "Oh, I wish I did less hookers and blow."
This is true.
That's never been a single person's dying thought, has it?
No.
Oh God, I wish I fucked slightly less women. Oh God, never happened. Not even once.
I mean, maybe in the event that the hookers that they were having sex with gave them a fatal disease.
Not even then.
Yeah, but with
yeah,
$3.5 trillion,
Worth it.
you could probably cure it.
Worth it.
Let's
Bragging right.
Yep. Let's see. Student of history would make his own private army. Pretty based. Stratosphere would buy. Stratosphere would buy the Epstein Island and look for the hatch to the underground facility.
Use St. James
Full
for
of
money. Yeah, but they're all 2-year-olds.
Ooh.
The last thing you want is a hooker from St. James.
Oh God,
From
no.
Old St. James. Like, it's going to be a fucking child.
Yeah, don't want that.
Mm. Well, Watch might. but-
Presumably would be full of hookers and blood. I agree with student of history, so long as I agree with student of history, provided the army's made up entirely of hookers and he uses it to get blow.
Yeah, fucking the army into submission.
Oil. Did you happen to see the merch idea I sent to Bezek earlier?
I don't know if he did. He's probably been driving again or doing something crazy.
What's up?
Did
I
you?
was wondering if you.
Did
I
you?
was wondering if you'd see.
God damn it!
You
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, for fuck's sake. Did you see John's merch idea for the Lotus Eaters?
I did not.
No, not with it.
What was that?
I'll send it to you.
I'll bring it up again on stream for
yeah,
anyone
yeah,
who's
probably
popped in.
'Cause
I
it-
don't.
For some
I
reason,
did,
it's popped up in Discord.
I did offer Carl my Sargon Shopper artwork, but he has not responded to me.
Oh no. What? Fucking hell.
I tell you
But
what, Dank liked it though.
Oh really?
somebody at the office
Nice.
needs to make
Only
Carl wear that
orcs.
bloody shirt on stream.
Oh, that's good. I like that. Only orcs. That's fucking good.
Dank looked at the shirt and he went, "Oh." He went, "Oh, for fuck's sake, is that a chipper?" And I was like, "Come on, Dank, you know it is." And he was like, he was like, "Oh, that's fucking awesome."
But yeah, if
Carl didn't even fucking mention it. Awesome.
if the Lotus Eaters don't want that, I call dibs.
Even Base likes it.
Yeah.
Stop in a minute, I'll go.
I still can't get over the fact that we have a merch store before the Lotus Eaters do.
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
And how much merch is it sold now?
Technically more than the Lotus Eaters.
Really?
Oh right, so just that one shirt.
Well, one.
Yes.
Well, it's more than none.
So just to be clear, one shirt that I paid for to be designed, and then bought the one shirt.
Yes.
Right.
But that's still more merch than the Lotus
I-
Eaters have
I
sold.
demand you close that merch store down now. So that I bought 100%. The only owner of any Sultans of Shadilay merch. I mean, that just shows you how fucking autistic and unemployed our people are.
Yeah. That's not a surprise.
Right. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to get
Not
going. So I
really.
need to get some.
All
dinner.
right. See you around, man.
All right, man. Thanks for popping in. It's been good to have a chat.
Well, no, to be fair, it's quite a job for him to get something to eat. A crow that size has got to pick up a lot of worms outside, really.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be out there all evening.
A lot of energy.
That's a lengthy job.
Thanks, guys. It's nice.
See you later, buddy.
Here we go.
See you, man.
Billy, only one of the shirts has actually gone out, and that's the one that Oil gave to Carl. So you've just heard the only reaction. Okay.
Only orcs is going to be awesome.
It is. But yeah, if the Lotus Eaters don't use it. So the spending bill. Talk about a massive document waste of time. How many millions of dollars have they snuck in for, I don't know, freaking Timbuktu gender study degrees?
Hello, second.
Oh, sweet. I got here just in time to talk about the 3.5 $0 spending bill. Oh, it's going to cost $0 actually, because it's going to get paid for. That's not how that works, Joe.
I know, but I have to say, as a man who's been self-employed pretty much his entire life, that's the kind of accountancy that I like to hear. I say something very similar to my tax man every year.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, I love how Ben Shapiro consistently makes a good point about this when Joe Biden's like, we gotta do something useful with our money instead of wasting money with things like tax breaks. And Ben Shapiro's like, wasting money with tax breaks? It's not your money. That's like saying, oh, I just stole your wallet, but I'm not gonna give you $20 back because that would be wasting money.
Yeah, it's just like, ugh. Yeah, basically anything that they didn't have to go into their coffers to pay for, is free apparently. Yeah, that's real. That's definitely how accountancy works.
Yeah. So that's another 3.5 trillion after the 1.9 trillion they wasted in March. It's astounding.
I spent everything in my none of it matters.
Yeah.
I suppose realistically, if you're borrowing all the money from the Chinese equity market and your plan is actually to have the war with China, it doesn't really matter how much money you borrow. I mean, if that's your actual intention, based actually. I mean, I just think they should tell us if that's their plan. They should tell us so that Britain can borrow a lot of money as well. I mean, that would be the fair thing to do. If you see all the countries suddenly borrowing huge amounts of money from China, I'd get pretty fucking nervous if I was Chinese. That's all I would say.
But you know what's kind of fucked? Not only is like Joe Biden saying, "Oh, it's gonna cost $0," but like that's like the line the Democrats, like all of them,
Pelosi's saying it as well.
Like Pelosi's like, well, it's going to cost $0, and it's like so fucking cringe. But not only is it not going to cost $0, and what was the actual number? 3.2 trillion.
3.5, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It'll be a lot more than that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's actually gonna like cost around like 3 or about 5 point something trillion because they do some like clever accounting, so to speak, to disguise the real amount. It like in that figure, they aren't counting like certain programs where it's like, oh, it's gonna sunset in 2025. Which like nobody believes because when you start a government program, nobody believes you're actually going to get rid of it. And they have a terrible fucking track record on this, given like how they're like, oh, we need some emergency voting measures for COVID. Yeah, that's it for COVID. Oh, now we want to make them permanent. Like no, like there's no reason to fucking trust any of these people.
Temporary powers last forever in government.
Yeah. You know, one Democrat I actually like appreciate is Joe Manchin.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's just like, are you insane? No, I'm not fucking voting for this. Are you on crack?
Based. This is a man I can get along with.
Yeah. I think, if they were on crack, they'd probably make smart decisions.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, maybe instead of Joe Biden, Hunter Biden should be president.
Crackheads know what's going
like
on.
that Canadian. What was the Canadian guy? No, there was that Canadian like mayor or something, wasn't there? It was on crack.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at some of the things in the $3.5 trillion, shall we? For example, $15 million to Older American Act resource centers for people who are underserved due to their sexual orientation or gender identity.
What does that mean?
I don't. It's probably just an excuse to funnel money to some fucking stupid organization like, crap, the one that England's just defunded.
Yeah. Like honestly, you don't even need that. Honestly, like, you know, the way things are currently right now, it should just be like, oh, I'm being discriminated against the government. I'm going to sue the government and see if that pans out. Like that is the answer. You don't need to preemptively put millions and millions of dollars into some like, I don't know, like Democrat ideology generator. But, you know, at least that is specifically for older Americans, right? So it's not like a center for brainwashing the youth, although that's probably somewhere in the spending bill as well.
Well, apparently they're going to also amend Obamacare to boost outreach to sexual minorities and people who don't speak English.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Harry's off to play with kids.
Oh, God.
What?
What? That sounds... Is this out of context?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, it's teaching martial arts to kids.
Oh,
shit!
Imagine...
Later, Harry. Here we go.
Yeah.
$24 billion in rent support for victims of stalking and dating violence. Oh, I've completely wrecked Harry.
Ah, fuck. Harry's not going to
Well,
get
I'm
that
assuming.
reference I just made because he only watches stuff. Take my word for it, Harry. In the sub, like, they pronounce Berthold's name as Bertoldo. It's like the funniest fucking thing ever.
Oh, dear. Oh, here we go. $50 million to reduce human-wildlife conflicts on National Forest System land.
I know the human being and fish can coexist peacefully.
Yeah.
I'm Satan, I'm telling you, man.
$2.25 billion for AOC's civilian climate cause.
Oh, fuck off.
Yep. With a guaranteed minimum salary.
Hang on. Did you say
What? Well?
no, fuck that. Did you say human-animal conflict? Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you suggesting that humans are out fighting bears?
They should be.
Yeah.
It's like punching them up in the forest or something.
Yep.
Honestly, I'd be in favor of that, like, provision if, like, some of that money went to Australians to, get them armed to fight everything in their country that's trying to kill them.
Well, that's it. Why the fuck couldn't they abandon a bunch of military equipment in Australia instead of fucking Afghanistan?
Oh, so you could fight the emus off finally.
Yes. Here we go. Members.
Yes, Holy Blogs, you heard that quote.
Emus being a major threat to Australia.
Oh, dear. So, one of the things it says about this is members of the civilian climate cause shall be compensated at not less than 200% of the annual federal poverty line. Get bent! Like, fucking Jesus. I'd like 200% of the fucking poverty line in Australia. That'd be fucking nice. That'd be only about... That'd be 3 times as much as I'm getting now on unemployment.
Oofed.
Jeez.
Or the price of a decent lunch.
Yeah. Here we go. Price controls for drugs, which theoretically isn't something I necessarily have a problem with, but it shouldn't be in a fucking massive bill like this.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. It's very clear that those bills should be single issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, here's another one.
I mean, it's saying that.
Yeah. Here's another one. Root canals and major tooth restorations to likely be covered through public health plans as of 2028. As an Australian, I don't have a problem with that. Root canals are covered under our Medicare system, which works better than the NHS.
Oh, the NHS is a fucking piss take.
Well, that's not saying much.
Yeah, that's like comparing shit to really shit.
Yeah. Well, actually, the Australian healthcare system is like it has the good bits of the American and the English system, so that's like the only thing that actually works in Australia.
I'm not sure the NHS even cover root canals.
Interesting.
Free school lunches? That's already a thing.
For welfare recipients, runaway children, migratory children, and foster children.
Oh, okay, I see.
And
that's already a thing, though.
And they'll get free school lunches when school's out for summer. Which, again, I don't necessarily have a problem with, but again, doesn't belong in this fucking bill.
Yeah.
How long how long does your kid have to run away for to get free lunches? Because like I'd be like, just could you run away for a week? You'll save the family a fortune. You know, like
It's making me money by leaving.
just,
Yeah,
if you can just run away for a week or two, they'll
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that one.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. They're going to double the federal cigarette taxes, including cigars and smokeless tobacco. Vaping and rolling tobacco taxes are also going up.
So what you're telling me is I need to stock up on e-liquid today.
Yes.
No, you need to stop being such a fucking cuck and stop vaping like a faggot.
I'm working. Hey, I'm unironically working on it. I'm down from 55 Nick to 6 Nick.
No, just start smoking cigars and be a fucking man. You don't have to get rid of the nicotine. You just have to stop vaping like a faggot.
No, the goal is to get rid of the nicotine because I'm actually addicted to nicotine, and I don't like that.
I'm just saying. If you're vaping is the smoking equivalent of a fucking weeboo pillow. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what if I told you I created some like hyper-based e-liquid flavors?
I'd still call you a faggot.
One of them was called Red Pill Rave, so that one's pretty based. And
There's not a universe where you're not called faggot.
The liquid isn't the problem. The vaping is the faggotry.
And the other one is liquid, which is like the flavors are based on like Pepe's appearance. So
yeah, still faggot.
Okay. Moving away from what you two like to suck on in your spare time. Of the $40 billion allotted to the Department of Education, funds are to be directed toward retrofitting and decarbonising public school facilities. Yep.
No.
honestly, that's not the worst thing to be doing with the public.
Yeah.
When people
Yeah, so we've lost Will. So we've got 500 million for federally licensed.
Joking on a robot cock.
Yep. $500 million for federally licensed home efficiency experts to retrofit homes. They'll specifically have training in Wi-Fi enabled home energy communications technology.
Nope, don't like that. Specifically because there's already a precedent for like, say, Google Home or whatever shit with like the thermostat of like, those virtual home regulation systems where the companies like secretly like turn like down people's ACs or whatever, or turn down their heat without them like knowing.
Yep.
And I'm like, nah, it's just fucking weird. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, that shit's just wrong on so many fucking levels.
Technology is great, but honestly, I'm just gonna turn like the fucking knob if it means like these fucking companies or the government aren't like running around like fucking with my house.
Yeah. Okay.
Nicki Minaj or Base Ape says based flavor. Nicki Minaj's Snatch.
No,
I'm not
no.
Gwyneth Paltrow. I don't create like vagina scented and flavored products.
Yeah, what the fuck was that, pal? That was honestly retarded.
Yeah. So the Democrats also want to give $107 billion to the Judiciary Committee with instructions to address lawful permanent status for qualified immigrants.
Nope.
Just fuck all this shit. And the Treasury Secretary reckons the US government will run out of money by October 18th.
Surprise, surprise.
Not unless Congress raises the debt ceiling. Right, whatever.
Right, that's basically what Democrats are kind of trying. There's like a kind of bipartisan bill that is like gonna raise the debt ceiling, and then the Democrats want to pair it with this spending bill, and they're like, no, we're not gonna pass the bipartisan thing unless you also pass this one. And Republicans and Joe Manchin and that one other Democrat senator are just like, get fucked. We're not fucking passing that shit.
Yeah.
I blame him.
I just hope senators, like squishy senators like Mitt Romney, stand strong instead of passing that bill like, oh, well, you know, I did this for the Republic, you know? Like, shut the fuck up, Mitt Romney.
Yeah. Exactly. Meanwhile, on the Lotus Eaters, Hugo has done an article. The US government cannot run out of money because obviously the debt ceiling is arbitrary bullshit. And yeah, I think that's basically the context of that article. But of course, all you fuckers know where to find it, so not exactly a problem.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the lying witch of the West.
It's not about the dollar amount. The dollar amount, as the president said, is zero.
Exactly. That's pretty much it. No. $3.5 trillion is not zero. I know you're an idiot, Pelosi, but they're not the same thing. So here we go. MSN and Newsweek. The tortured logic that lets Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi say a $3.5 trillion bill will cost $0. Yeah. Predictable jokes and widespread puzzlement. How could $3.5 trillion in new spending actually not cost anything? Yeah, so basically it's to do with a bastardized definition. Tax cuts or spending increases only cost something if it isn't paid for. What?
Well, technically, tax cuts don't cost anything because it's not your fucking money, government.
Yes, exactly.
Spending is different.
Welcome back, Michael. Let's see. So, 9% of households won't see a bigger tax bill under Democrats' $3.5 trillion plan. Which is a very well worded lie, because didn't we just cover that the tax on tobacco products is going up? Does more than 10% of the US smoke or use some kind of other nicotine associated thing? Obviously they do. So it's just another way of lying, which is why sales tax is a load of shit and shouldn't exist.
Well, there was also another thing where Jen Psaki was asked at one point. I noticed there's a lot of shit about like raising corporate taxes. How the fuck is like that cost not going to be passed on to the consumer? Because historically that's what happens. You raise taxes on corporations and that gets like funneled down to the consumer through like rises in prices.
Exactly.
And Jen said she just got like really mad, like kind of deflected the question and went, no, that's not going to happen. How is it not going to happen?
Yeah.
What? Well, you're pitting women and trans women against you.
No, wait, that's the wrong clip.
Yeah. It's the wrong idiot woman stumbling over her own words. I mean, what?
Yeah.
Well, there is a way that they can raise taxes on corporations and not have it impact the customer. It's simple. The corporations just send all their manufacturing offshore. Oh, wait, they do that for exactly that reason.
Well, and also, there's kind of two other things. One, well, the secret tax is definitely being raised on everyone with inflation, right?
Yep.
You know, if the currency is inflating, it doesn't really matter if my taxes technically aren't getting raised or not, because you're still taking like more of my money with all this inflation. And then the other thing is that it absolutely will raise taxes on anyone living in a red state, because what something else this bill does is it gets rid of something Trump did in his tax bill, where he's like, no, state taxes are no longer deductible from federal taxes, which was a really good move on Trump's part, because essentially what the deductible state taxes from federal taxes allowed was essentially to like punish states that didn't like tax their citizens a lot, and like take more money from them federally and take less money federally from states that like spent a fuck ton of money and taxed their citizens a bunch. So it was essentially a measure that got like red states to subsidize blue states, and a fucking warped sense of incentives that like encourage states to like tax their citizens a lot more. And so Trump got rid of that, and now the Democrats want to reinstate that in this bill.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, at the same time, they're like, oh, we won't see tax increases. Well, here's CNN, who must be accurate because all the leftists believe them. So what's gone more expensive? Well, let's see. Cereals and bakery products rose 1.2% in July. Meat, poultry, fish, eggs, and dairy have also gone more expensive. Roast steak and ribs have had increases, 4.4% more expensive. Overall, food prices jumped 0.7% during the month of July and are up 3.4% from this time last year.
Oh.
For completely unknown reasons, gas prices have recently reached 7-year highs. Someone just choke on that.
Yes.
Yeah. Compared to this time last year, gas is more than 41% more expensive.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking excellent, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good for those in the oil industry, I suppose.
It's really hard to hide my erection these days.
Well, at least we can't see it.
Well, you only think that.
Well, I don't see any cocks.
Yeah. So what else has gone more expensive? Well, new cars are 1.7% more expensive in July. But used cars
not a lot, really.
are up 41.7% since this time last year.
Oh, like another secret thing they're doing is that the way this fucking bill works, to keep the 3.5 trillion price tag lower than it actually is, like apparently they're shifting a bunch of the payment mechanisms onto the state level, and like kind of programs on the state level that'll be like taxed through the state government. And so they're not counting that as part of the federal price tag, but it's something that the citizens are still going to pay for. They're just disguising how that's going to happen. I imagine that's also how Joe Biden is playing fast and loose with the idea, no, I'm not going to raise taxes on anyone.
Just going to make the states do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Marco Rubio, though, called the spending bill Marxism, which is apparently the GOP baselessly linking things they oppose to communism.
Yeah. It's not like everything is Hitler. I mean, calm down.
Everything I disagree with is Hitler, though.
Yes.
Actually, everything I agree with is Hitler as well. So
So,
Either way, Hitler's everywhere. You can't
Yeah.
escape Hitler.
well, you certainly can't
I'm
escape
sorry.
Lenin. For example,
all I'm saying is Hitler had beautiful blue eyes.
but he didn't, did he?
Yeah. It's a quote, don't worry.
Oh, right.
Disavow.
Yeah.
Safety.
So, Biden's nominee for top bank regulator earned Lenin Award, praised USSR's equality, and wants to end banking as we know it.
I'm
Gee.
sorry, what were you buying previous article that was like, oh, there's nothing to do with communism?
Yeah. What was that about there not being any communism in the White House?
Yeah.
Gee. But let's have a look at the Wikipedia article. Oh, she's a Kazakh American attorney, academic, and public policy advisor.
Catholic?
Did you say Kazakh or Catholic?
Kazakh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Kazakhstani.
Yeah.
I was going to be like, I'm pretty sure the catechism is against communism.
Well, I don't know, man.
I guarantee every Kazakh's against communism.
Look, I'm willing to get on board with some ideas of the church if it means we can whip moneylenders and money changers. Because remember, if anyone ever asks you what would Jesus do, flipping tables and whipping people is an option.
Yes. Based.
Yeah. And of course, in the bill, they've removed birthing people and replaced it with birthing individuals. Yep.
Oh man, that reminds me of like it's the eternal like fucking change, you know? Birthing people, birthing individual. Like it's like no, handicapped is offensive, disabled. No, disabled is offensive, differently abled. No, differently abled is offensive. Able divergent.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Well, something that I think it was Carl said that I wish he'd gone further on. They're like, oh, people that have given birth. And I'm like, there's a fucking word for that. It's called a mother.
Yeah.
You're pitting women against trans people.
Good.
Yes.
And like
And watch
Michael
me
Manning
doing
says.
more.
Yep. Like Michael Manning says, don't want to exclude birthing non-people. Like communists.
What? Birthing non-people.
Yeah.
Oh
But-
god, that sounds very sinister.
Okay.
Super basic.
What I want to know is birthing individual offensive to conjoined twins? If a conjoined
Right.
twin has a kid, does that mean the birthing individual is offensive?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Of course it is, man. It's not tolerant, diverse, or inclusive, you know?
Oh, Michael has joined the Discord. Welcome.
Nice.
Welcome to the zone.
Welcome to Spurg Central.
Yeah. Also, in other words, on like bad nominees, I think one of Biden's nominees for like a high level like prosecutor position in the government, like released some memo to the area they were working in as a prosecutor, like, oh, like don't prosecute a bunch of different types of crime, just throw it out immediately. And some of those included shoplifting, trespassing, you know, breaking into vacant areas to sleep during weather emergencies, breaking into non-vacant areas to
What?
sleep for weather emergencies. Yeah, it was fucking ridiculous. Like,
I mean, that all sounds pretty base to me, actually.
and
I
like,
mean, I can break into places during weather emergencies. Sweet. Next time there's a storm, Capitol building.
yeah, like Ted, like there's Forbes. Like, honestly, I recommend, like, if you guys have time, finding Forbes' YouTube channel, because for whatever reason recently they've been uploading a lot of videos of like Ted Cruz just like ripping into people in the Senate.
Yeah.
Like, it is actually fucking beautiful. I'm proud of my.
It's just like,
senator.
well, you're just asking for puts a whole new flip on storming the Capitol, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's fucking snowing. I'm coming in. AOC.
Also, like,
I need to sleep in your office. Also, leave your shoes.
you can tell all this shit for the Democrats, like, as far as law enforcement goes, isn't justice. It's fucking vengeance. Even if you think the people who, like, quote, stormed the Capitol, or that lieutenant colonel who spoke out, even if you think they should be, like, imprisoned for breaking the law, what is this indefinite solitary confinement bullshit?
Based. Oh, sorry. Oh, fuck it, based. I don't think that means what I think it means.
Anyways, let's get to the education secretary. I'm assuming defending critical race theory.
Wow.
Equally based.
I'm assuming that's what that means when he says that parents shouldn't be primary stakeholder in their kids' education. It means, oh no, the parents are getting mad at us for racializing our children or their children. Fuck them, we're going to racialize them anyways.
Had unmuted. It would help if I'd unmuted the right thing.
Fairly quick answers here because I want to get to Secretary Becerra. Do you think parents should be in charge of their child's education as the primary stakeholder?
I believe parents are important stakeholders, but I also believe educators have a role in determining educational programming.
And I think that's going to be a little out of focus, what I think you're going to find across all elements of education. Since they pay the bills, they raise the kids, they probably need to be the primary spokespeople for their own kids' good education.
So, of course, leftists want to take your kids away from you. Not terribly surprising, out of the normal for leftists.
Yeah. No, your kid isn't your kid. It's the state's kid.
But that's not terrifying at all.
I mean, let's be honest. If the government, if I was in a position where I could create a like a never-ending chain of nubile 18-year-old blonde bimbettes that I could groom and fuck, I might be tempted into doing that too, right? The fact that they wanted to be children is an entirely separate fact.
Right. That oil guy would probably pull like the Robert Californian option and get like a few $1 million and go to Eastern Europe to, help college-aged women with their education, especially the gymnasts who have lost so many crucial years developing muscle groups the rest of us can't even fathom.
Yeah. What $1 dance at a time?
God.
You've no idea how many women I've put through college.
I mean, with the money you pay in taxes, that's probably true.
No, I'm the money I pay in lap dance.
Yeah. So of course then we've got Biden in his fake White House set.
Oh god.
Getting his vaccine from someone who's not dressed remotely like a medical professional.
Factually accurate.
Also, is this bitch wearing a watch? Anyone
I
who...
think so.
Right, so not a real medical professional then. Your mum's a nurse, second. Where does she wear her timepiece?
I'm actually not familiar about that rule. Are you not allowed to wear a watch or something?
Well, actually, you're not allowed to wear anything below the elbow.
Are you trying to suggest to me that not a single surgeon owns a Rolex? Get fucked.
Oh, I know they wear Rolexes. They're just not allowed to wear them when they're working.
Yeah.
As long as you haven't got your hands deep in the you're probably all right.
Well, bacteria love to hide under watches.
You probably take it off and wash your hands before you do surgery, right?
You'd hope so.
You could probably wear one for an interview.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I'm sorry, this is just fucking ridiculous, like the mask thing. Like, we're assuming everyone in the White House isn't vaccinated and that everyone in the White House isn't COVID tested.
Also,
like,
isn't
twice
that
a day.
his fucking booster?
Yeah.
Like, Jesus Christ, Biden. What's the point in masks if the vaccines are effective? And what's the point in vaccines if the masks are effective?
Oh, I mean, you know, the point of vaccine, if masks are effective, is that you don't have to wear the fucking mask anymore.
Yeah.
But, no, your first question, I completely agree with.
Yeah. And Lucky Llama's giving some more information on it. Bacteria would love to be on the watch between the watch and the arm. You'd have to take any accessories off and wash up to the elbow. But PolitiFact.
And now he doesn't? Wait, now he doesn't have his mask on?
Yep, immediately after he stands up by the looks of it. What the
Yeah.
Oh, for God's sake. Buttons his sleeve up. He's still within 1.5 meters of that fucking woman.
Yeah, you're not following the leper COVID distancing rules.
Which also annoys me because they're like, oh, 1.5 meters. No, COVID is aerosol slash, well, it is aerosol slash droplet based. When you sneeze, it can easily go over 30 fucking feet.
Nature is healing.
Now that Sweden's open again. Yeah. And
well, America is basically
actually
open.
wasn't it Norway that opened up at the end of September?
Yes. Yeah, Trim was like talking about that.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
No,
yeah,
Billy Blogs. The coof is
in
not
comparison-
airborne, and if it was airborne, masks would be even more useless.
America is basically like open. It's been like open for a while relative to the rest of the world. A lot of what we're complaining about in the States is like first world problems, essentially.
Yeah. Like, I don't know if any of you guys have seen the moderately, like the 4 out of 10 show The Last Ship.
I've heard about it. Haven't watched it.
But basically, when they're interacting with people who they think might be diseased, full bodysuit and self-contained air from the ship. That's what you do for something that is airborne. Yeah, like Senior History says, if it was airborne, you would literally require an SCBA unit to not get it. But yes, it's just in aerosols, which masks reduce by approximately 1%.
Oh
Well,
my god.
I mean, it's pretty easy to explain. You know, the thing is, right? The subject of masks is not a subject for doctors. It's a subject for hydrodynamic engineering. Right?
Yeah.
So the COVID virus can be contained in a single hexamer of water. Okay, that's fine. You got any idea what size a single hexamer of water is?
Fucking tiny.
It's 5 mu of a meter. 5 mu. Like, that paper mask
So
might as well be
5 micrometers.
No, 5 mu, not micro. 5 mu.
Isn't mu the fucking prefix for micro?
American mechanical guys. Anyway, the point is your mask might just as well be a fucking colander.
Well, don't they
you
measure
take-
the gaps in mass in nanometers, which are like an order of magnitude bigger?
Right. So you know, you take into account then the ejection speeds of coughs and sneezes. That mask is doing absolutely fuck all.
Yes, it's like expecting a chain link fence to keep mosquitoes out.
Yeah, it'll no, don't get me wrong, it'll catch some of what you're, or even a lot of what you're sneezing out, but not all of it. Masks also don't stop you catching the virus, because much as a lot of people don't understand, when you catch a cold, when you catch a virus like that, you don't catch it through your nose, you don't catch it through your mouth. You catch it through this lovely wet area of your face where it's really easy for bacteria and viruses to grow. Where is that?
I believe that is called the eyeball.
A lovely, soggy fucking eyeballs, yes. That's where you catch colds.
Yes, Billy Blogs, he's exactly on about the size of the particles.
Yeah. So, again, you know, like, there's certain things that doctors are useful for, and there's certain things that they're not. And doctors are not very good at engineering. And the mask issue is an engineering issue, it's not a fucking doctor issue. You know,
Yeah.
The doctors, weirdly enough, don't go and spend 7 or 8 or 9 years at medical school to design the fucking safety equipment they use.
And another issue with the mask is, unless you are wearing a mask that has a pressure seal to your face, which means you must be clean shaven, and no, the N95 is not that fucking good. Okay, you're wearing your mask, you sneeze. Okay, so let's pretend the mask stops all particulate. Okay, the person in front of you doesn't catch it, but the person behind you, where the sneeze shoots out part of your ears, they catch the full fucking blast.
Gun flip.
Which, interestingly, if the medical fictional TV shows I watch have any truth in them, if you're in an operating theatre and you need to sneeze, you look towards the wound, so that when the sneeze does eject out the back of the fucking mask, it doesn't go towards the patient.
Beist.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit.
But yeah, one of my friends does this like malicious compliance thing where it's like, okay, you want to make me wear a mask to this location, and he pulls out like a gas mask and puts it on.
Yeah, that's fine. But also, if masks worked, why did the Chinese catch it in the first place?
Yeah,
because they're already wearing it for the small.
Have you ever been to Asia? Like 90% of the people in Asia are wearing masks all day, every day, no matter what they do, as a matter of fucking course.
Yeah.
So if they're if they're so fucking unbelievably, do you reckon the guys who worked at the lab weren't wearing masks? I think they probably were wearing masks.
The guys in the labs were probably supposed to be wearing the full self-contained breathing apparatuses. Because, you know, they work
I'm
in
sure
high-security
they fucking were.
biolabs.
I sort of think it might have come from the wet market, but I only think it came from the wet market because a security guard on the take sold the wet market a load of dead bats from the lab. I think that's actually probably the most likely answer to it.
Yeah, it's either
Because-
sloppy safety practices or somebody's like, I'm living in a communist shithole and get paid fuck all. I'm a cleaner. I'm supposed to just burn these bats. How about I just pretend I burnt these bats and sell them at the wet market?
Yeah, that's genuinely what I think happened.
Oh.
Also, on the topic of masks, they're always like, oh, the masks don't make it harder to breathe. It's like, motherfuckers.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do. Just by definition. But also, and you probably know this as well, Oil, your standard respirator with filters, like your proper respirator. It's easier to breathe through those pissing things than it is to breathe through the medical masks.
Yeah. Well, they're better made, that's why.
Yeah. I mean, I've only got a 3M one because I think that's the only brand that even exists in Australia, but still beats inhaling sawdust and welding fumes.
Yeah, I've got a full selection of high quality PPE gathered over my years doing all sorts of shit. So
yeah.
But yeah.
You want me to wear a mask?
It's just enough. The idea that a sort of fucking little paper mask can do anything for you at all is just an absolute fucking nonsense.
Well, I don't remember.
Anyone who thought about it for 4 seconds would realise that it was.
Yeah. I don't remember if you were with us at the time, but back in 2003 or 4, Australia was actually fining people that said that the masks would protect you from SARS.
Oh, you told me about this, yeah.
$100,000 fine for companies that misled the public on whether the masks were likely to protect them from SARS.
Yeah.
Gee, and I wonder what the difference in size between SARS and SARS-CoV-2 is. Yeah, Billy Blogs, I have considered that the CCP would be quite happy about releasing a boomer remover. I think that they were designing a bioweapon, but I don't think the release was planned this early. I think the release was ahead of schedule, but then they went, fuck it, it's out anyway, let's take full advantage of this.
I actually think they were probably if you want my honest opinion of what it was for, I honestly, I think they made it to purge the Muslims from their country. It's pretty clear that they were trying. I think it's very early release. It's pretty clear it was engineered to kill black people. It's infinitely more effective against black people than it is against white people. Nobody's really talking about how much more effective it is, because it really is much more effective against them. And yeah, I'm reasonably sure that was its purpose.
Well, it would surprise me, but
I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if it was intended to purge their own country.
Well, that is a good theory, but I think I think I'm with Billy here, where it's probably more about killing the old people, because the flu kills infants. COVID doesn't.
You don't have to. The old people in China just die anyway, generally speaking. It's not
Yeah, true. Billy Blog says, unfortunate for the CCP that the black people happen to take the banned words. The hydroxytrumpaquine and the... damn it. The Ivan the
Well,
Great Macton.
Yeah, but not in China, they don't.
True. Actually, are they even allowed to have jobs in China?
I mean, like, how many black, like, no, again, we haven't got the numbers. How many black people, what percentage of the people who died in China were black? That's my question.
I would actually like to know the answer to that.
Yeah, I'd like to know. I bet you it's a significant proportion of those who died.
Yeah.
I suspect their ability to get vaccines might be slightly more complicated than it is for others. I don't think there's any vaccine mandates for the Uyghurs.
Yeah.
Unless the mandate is you're not allowed one.
Good point.
How does COVID affect your vital organs? Does it damage them at all?
No, it couldn't possibly.
Just a respiratory. What does it do to your liver and your kidneys? Are they fine?
Don't actually know.
No, these are just, you know.
But they are interesting questions.
Minor, inconsequential questions, I'm sure.
Yeah. According to Billy Blogs, it can damage your internal organs.
I'm sure it can. But...
Well, it'd be a pretty shit disease if it couldn't.
But it only kills the weak and infirm, right? So.
Yep. Well, that's it. You don't want to kill off your healthy slaves. They need to be busy in the northwest making shoes.
I'm gonna go. I'll see you guys around. Have a good day.
All right, see you, Angler.
Cheers, mate. Thank God he's gone.
Filthy plebs.
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah. Making a point about being mean about everyone who leaves them. Some left. Faggots.
Hey, the one thing I'll be safe from.
Vaping is faggotry. I want to like double reinforce that concept.
Doubling down.
Yeah. You're not really setting fire to anything. Fuck you.
Alrighty, so that's the end of the Lotus Eaters related stuff. So
I didn't take any time.
No, not at all. Well, it did take us like 40 minutes to get it started because we were having a nice old chinwag with the crow. Our avian friend.
Still not convinced he's a real crow.
But what if he's 169 crows in a suit? Yeah, good question, Duffy. They could just Uyghur them, but I have a feeling that the reason they didn't is because the Chinese population might actually have an issue with that. Oh, student of history, how goes the Australian War of Independence? Well, let me tell you. So you know those vaccines that totally aren't mandatory? Well, Dictator Dan in Victoria, which is where our friend Mr. Treve lives, has decided that every worker in the state, everyone who's allowed to work in the state, must be vaccinated. 100% vaccination mandate for all workers. with a whole 3 deaths. So let's go down and have a look at it. Vaccination deadline set for authorised workers. All authorised workers must have received at least 1 dose of a COVID-19 vaccine by October 15th in order to continue working on site. And an authorised worker is what was previously called an essential worker. You know, the people that are allowed to work? So if you want to have a job in Victoria and actually get paid money, you must be vaccinated. But it's not mandatory. Getting the vaccine is not mandatory. You just can't work or go out in public. The lying sack of shit says the measures are not about stopping people going to work. They're about making sure we can open up. They're about making sure people can go to work, that they can be safe. Yep, exactly. No warm up or wine and dine, just boom in the bed, no lube in the earth. Bed? Straight into the cactus. Not lucky enough to get the bed. Not lucky enough to get a pillow to bite. But it's utter insanity. It's not about stopping people going to work. No, you just can't work unless you have the totally optional vaccination.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Victorian Shadow Treasurer David Davis said the health advice behind the call to mandate vaccines for authorised workers must be released. It has all the appearance of panic, he says. The sack of shit Emir Dan Andrews says the decision to mandate vaccines was not made lightly and protections would not be in place for private businesses who did not comply. There's no such thing as a private business in this context. Full communism. This is a state public health order. It's a CHO direction, so everyone has to follow it.
Insane, isn't it?
It's fucking ludicrous. And I'll tell you why this vaccine mandate's come out. It's to make sure no one else gets the same ideas as the construction union.
Yeah.
Because remember, when the construction unions protested about the vaccine mandates, their industry was shut down for 2 weeks. And now, some preemptive punishment for everyone else. We're not going to give you, the assholes, the opportunity to protest. Get vaccinated or lose your jobs.
Well, yeah, but I mean, just lose your jobs.
Yep.
I mean, that in itself was a protest, isn't it? You know, if a third of the country just go, nah, yeet me, what are they going to do? I mean, really, we're getting to the point where populations are going to start rising up against their. I mean, there has to be a breaking point at some point where enough is going to be enough for the Australians. I'm amazed that Australians are putting up with half of this shit, really.
Yeah.
To be totally honest.
It's utterly
insane.
insane.
The UK is already sort of simmering. Germany's at fucking breaking point. The French are rioting. Nobody's really reporting all these things, but there's a lot of shit going down in Germany and France.
Yep. And the opposition
Not
aren't
making all
really
the
objecting
news,
in whole heart. Now, the sack of shit Premier says the police are also on the list of authorised workers who will require vaccination, and they believe the vast majority of officers will do as they're told because they don't want to be made unemployed so their families starve to death and lose their homes. Student of history asks if they aren't working, why wouldn't people protest? Because being outside your house is illegal and the police will bash your head into the concrete repeatedly.
Review, then there is police.
Yeah, but remember, most of the population doesn't have guns.
The police aren't going to just start opening up on the fucking crowds. I mean, they might do, but they'll only do it once.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Hopefully.
Up one crowd once. No, you open up if you look historically, any time a police force like that is, open fire on a crowd of like civilian protesters, all the police get ganked. Not in a big protest like that, but one by one, populations just eliminate the police That's what's every historical time that's happened. That's what's happened. Police just get ganked on the way home. People know who people know who the police are. The public just disappears them in the night, don't they?
Yeah. One of the stupid things that people keep saying is, oh, the gun rules in Australia are working great. There's more guns in Australia now than there was before the bans. Yes, in less hands, you idiots.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, like, everyone would have, like, the 22 or the air rifle. Nowadays, it's such a pain in the ass to get into shooting that anyone who gets into shooting gets, like, 6 guns.
Yeah. Based. I mean, I think 6 is the healthy minimum, isn't it? Really.
Well,
you want to.
You need at least one semi-automatic, one revolver. You need a shotgun, an air rifle, a 22, something similar to an AR, and at least 2 or 3 other rifles. So, like, 7, 8.
You need enough weapons. You need enough weapons to arm a small posse in case you need one. That's it.
Yes.
You need enough ordnance to arm a Kelly gang, just in case. No one wants to do it, just in case you need to do it.
Well,
you know, like if a zombie apocalypse happens, you don't want to be the arsehole who has one pistol, do you?
Well, here you go.
You had the legal right to buy them, and you only bought one.
Billy Blogs asks, "Are you allowed a crossbow, Bezic?" Well,
Probably.
Theoretically, but it is just as much hassle to get a crossbow as it is to get a rifle, because crossbows can store attention and have a trigger. Because that makes any logical fucking sense.
Well, that's pretty interesting. I mean,
well, we don't even have fucking airsoft, and you need a license for a paintball gun.
Right. What if you hand make a regular longbow?
That's fine.
Oh, all right. Well, I mean, I'm not being funny, but it's a lot easier to kill somebody with a regular compact bow than it is with a paintball gun.
Don't tell the government. They might ban them too.
Well, I mean, I'd argue that I'd have a better job killing a guy with a shovel than you would with a paintball gun.
Well, see, having heard of the concept of a paintball gun, I'd probably implement the same tactic as the shovel.
So.
And you'd probably still have an easier time because the shovel has a thin edge. But yes, I won't be firing paint pellets at them. I'd be going after them with the CO2 canister.
Yeah. Well, I mean, your other option is just to freeze the balls. That's always quite amusing. I've definitely never done that. Anybody, just in case anybody's listening. No, I don't know why I'm saying that. Of course, nobody's listening. Good evening, our 4 listeners.
Our 11 listeners.
What, currently 11 people are listening to this shit?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, you fucking losers! It's like 10 to 7 in the UK. Surely you've got something better to be doing than this. At the very least, you
what did I return to?
should at least be eating your fucking dinner or something. Holy shit! What the listen to me for?
Crikey.
All right. Speaking of which, I might go and get some food.
Shite!
Not sure what I fancy, actually.
Oh, dear.
Suggestions for dinner in the chat, please. I am hungry.
Garlic bread, grilled cheese sandwich.
Don't be so fucking gay.
Okay.
That's verging on Italian food. And also, I haven't got a woman to make me a sandwich at the minute, so.
Okay, that's fair then. That's fair.
Making making your own sandwich is a bit is much the same as just jerking off, isn't it? Really, like when it comes down to it, basically the same thing.
God. So, here's some other stupidity coming out from Victoria. 80.8% of Victorians have had their first dose of the jab. 80.8%, and they're still mandating it for everyone who wants to work.
Well, yeah. Well, you know, we need 98%, right?
Literally. Fucking literally.
Well, you know, if we don't get 98%, then well, you know, the thing.
Yeah. And 50.6% have had their second dose. So, in light of that information, Moorabool Shire, Western Melbourne, is going to enter a snap week-long lockdown from midnight Friday as a result of 32 local COVID cases. 80% single dose, 50% double dose, and yet more snap lockdowns. It's utterly fucking ludicrous.
We need to help all the people who have been quarantined.
Yeah. So meanwhile, over in Norway, they lifted their COVID-19 restrictions with less than 70% of the population being double dosed. Meanwhile, in Australia, but yeah, the ABC, the state propaganda organisation, is basically just complaining that, and how dare Norway let their people be free.
Yeah. I mean, I actually also agree. I don't think the Norwegian people should be free.
Yeah, but not because of COVID. There's many other reasons to enslave them.
Yeah, it's when it comes out what they've been doing to those polar bears.
Is that why they're white? Is it oil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what.
So
they're actually polar bears are all brown, but they're just every single one of them is absolutely clarted and frozen Norwegian jizz.
Yeah.
Every single polar bear white.
Basically, yeah, their polar bears are basically our painters' radios.
Do you have any pom bears?
I mean, seriously, your pom bear thing is verging on, you know, like an actual issue. Yeah.
What do you mean my pom bear thing? I was quoting Anglo. That's like the first time in my life I've ever said the word pom bear.
To be fair, that was such a good Anglo impression. I actually thought it was him.
Okay.
Largely because I'm tired and I wasn't really thinking about it.
Yeah.
But I think Anglo actually might have an actual pom bear issue.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
I'm reasonably confident he's never actually snorted a pom bear, but I think it's a window into a possibly damaged psyche.
Yeah.
I'm sad I didn't meet him at the event. He didn't make it, but I was looking forward to offering him some pom bears. See what actually happens.
I'll have to make it out to one of those events once I have money.
Well, you're a mechanical engineer, so you'll never have any money.
What?
Hate to break it, hate to break it to you, buddy, but you're never even going to pay that student debt off.
Well, I don't have any. Hey, I don't have any student debt.
You must have been wanking off a lot of fucking jobs.
No, my parents were like, very prudent with their decisions and giving me a good future. So they like saved up for me to go to college.
They would have been better off. They'd have been better off buying you half a dozen bitcoins and an education.
Yeah.
Educations are for losers.
Yeah. So, speaking some more excellent propaganda. Second Melbourne anti-lockdown protester tests positive to COVID-19. Oh no, that super spreader event with 2 people testing positive. Wow.
Oh no, it's the spread.
Yeah. The spread. Michael Manning asks, what's my thoughts on Helen Dale's take on AU's authoritarianism? Yeah, she's pretty spot on, man. So, for those of you who haven't seen the interview she did with somebody, it was a really good interview. She basically hit it on the head. So, Australia is a high-trust society, both between the public and, surprisingly, between the public and the government, or at least it used to be. Our government is also competent when it wants to be. When it wants to be. If the so, for example, our healthcare system just works.
Yeah.
Our welfare system, it works to the letter of the law really well. The law's bullshit.
Yours hasn't had time to get as fucked up as ours, though. That's the problem, yeah.
Possibly, but
our systems have got our systems used to work. Now they have hundreds of years of bureaucratic nonsense in them. That's the problem.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, our government institutions are effective, which is why we used to have a really high liberty index.
The UK needs to purge its civil service, essentially, and start again.
I think most countries should do that on a semi-regular basis.
Just get rid of... Well, it's just it has all these old traditions and old sort of nonsense. All of it just needs to go. All of it needs to be corporatized. All of it needs to go.
Yeah. Really does.
Competent, not old school bullshit. Yeah. I think the British civil service would still rather use fucking handwritten memorandum than anything else.
Probably.
There's a sense of clubby kind of secrecy about the whole thing that I think is a bit.
Yeah. Helen Dale also goes on to talk about the phenomenal levels of corruption that the Australian police forces have had. Queensland and New South Wales have actually had royal commissions that came in and did a lot of damage to the corrupt police and some to the corrupt politicians back in the 70s and 80s. Victoria's never had one. So now the politicians and the police are in bed with each other and they're all just corrupt criminal scum.
This sounds about right.
And, all those things that BLM and the leftists accuse the American police of doing, the Australian police actually do.
Yeah, like I've seen some footage of the Australian police, and I'm just like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, because remember, at least in America, the police at least have to pretend to respect the Constitution and people's civil rights. In Australia, we just don't have civil rights.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes it easier to,
Yeah.
Things sorted.
And Billy Blogs is asking if the Australian military is gearing up to fight the CCP or become them. Neither. Our military is just worthless. I think we've got something like 15,000 active service members, which is roughly enough to defend Tasmania.
I've been asked to do some work on the design of the new subs for you. So right now we're having trouble working out how to get the kangaroo's tails through the seats, and how to operate a submarine upside down. These are the big issues.
Yes, you've also got to figure out how to keep the sea snakes out.
All right, if you say so. But we're excited about the emu launchers. So that's everyone's pretty.
You might need to reevaluate that. Try cassowaries. They're smaller and more aggressive and deadly.
Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that note on board. We have worked out how to get 8 sheep into the recreational area though, so that's fine.
Yeah. Michael Manning's says about the live events that he's surprised you remember anything about the event because you were absolutely shit-faced.
I remember everything about it. I wasn't even remotely drunk.
He might be referring to a different one, perhaps, but...
Nah, I was fine. What are we talking about? I remember all of
it. Is Australia still a good ally against the CCP, unlike New Zealand? No. But it's
but
not...
Also, like... If Carl doesn't want people to be drunk, don't invite them to a Polish bar, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Australia's issue with the CCP is, theoretically, our government is against China and is standing up to them, but Chinese companies, aka the Chinese government, own a shitload of stuff in Australia and rent a shitload more, and our military is basically teethless. Alright, second. Bye. Well, he's completely gone. Okay. Let's see. What have the tradies been up to down there? Before I get to that, this here from Avi Yamini this is in a line to get tested or vaccinated. This is the line outside of a hunger relief charity in Melbourne. This is what the lockdown is doing to the Australian public down in Melbourne. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people in line to get food handouts. There is some good news. Those of you who saw the video of that shitbag police officer smashing the guy's head into the concrete, the piece of shit has been suspended.
Oh!
Nice.
Yeah. The video appears to show a man speaking to 2 officers at the train station. Third officer is then seen grabbing the man from behind and swinging him to the ground. The man has both of his arms held by the officer and appears to hit his head on the ground. Victoria yes, that's right. Suspended, not arrested. Should have been arrested. I'd like to fucking see this piece of shit go to prison for a long, long time. But that poor guy could have easily been killed by that fucking cop. Just trying to see what else I've got up. Yeah, here's another one. another thing that Dan Andrews has come up with. It's not about not having enough beds in hospitals anymore. It's about the medical staff being tired. Oh, boo-hoo. God forbid they do their jobs. I'm not sure if we can sue the police in Oz, but we don't have qualified immunity, but I'm not sure how the process of suing them goes. I'm sure there's 1,000,001 ways of doing it, because our legal system's a bit weird, but I mean, you can probably sue them. Another piece of interesting news that happened on Friday in Australia is the New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian, so the Premier of the second most locked down state, is being investigated by the Independent Crime and Corruption Commission to see if she's been engaging in conduct that constitute a breach of public trust. As a result of that, the evil witch has resigned.
Well, I mean, as long as you get rid of them, that's...
Yeah. Hopefully she can actually she'll go to prison and be replaced by someone who wants to bring them out of stupid bloody lockdowns. Oh dear. Yeah, that is the lady from the video clip where she's talking about her final solution for the Australian people.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to see a bunch of really good videos from Melbourne, guys in chat, check out The Real Rakshan on Twitter. He has phenomenally, or on YouTube, he's got really, really good videos from the protests and the assorted police tyranny. Yep, Final Solution Gladys. Final Solution GLaDOS. Because the freedom is a lie.
I mean, the level of tyranny in your country is just... I mean, Nicola Sturgeon must be looking and just going, just like wanking herself off over it.
Yeah. Well, Hitler must be spinning in his grave. It took him like a decade, and he went to prison in the middle of it to take control of Germany. Dan Andrews,
Yeah, he's
less than 2 fucking
turns out to be
years.
pretty weak by comparison.
Yeah. Awfully inefficient, that Hitler guy.
Which is weird for a German.
Well, remember, he wasn't German. He was Austrian, wasn't he?
It's technically Austrian, yeah.
What is it with Austrians ruining Germany?
Wow. Germany ruins Germany, to be fair.
Yeah. Michael Manning says, Bojo, who I assume is Boris Johnson, is bloody incompetent, but I'm glad he's avoiding lockdowns like your plague. You really are living in tyranny. Yeah. Thank God that they've at least stopped with the lockdown crap. Hopefully they can finally put the bloody vaccine passports to rest as well. Just no. Stop it. So let's see. What other stupidity did I have brought up? Ah, yes, the COVID Safe app has cost $9 million to date, but hasn't uncovered any close contacts during current outbreaks.
Ah, come on. In terms of COVID spending, $9 million is a rounding error.
Yep, it is. But it goes to show how useless it was. So they spent $9 million on the app itself, and they've spent like I've heard, but I'm not sure if I have any proof of that, something like 50 to 60 million dollars on advertising the app, which has turned out to be completely and utterly fucking worthless.
I mean, I'm looking at COVID as like probably my biggest missed opportunity in life. Though my complete faith in humanity meant that I completely failed to pivot for it, and I haven't been able to make any money out of it at all. Wasn't in early enough, and it's probably going to be my greatest shame in life. I failed to recognize this for what it was.
Seriously, you're bloody conservatives still trying to impose your bloody vaccine passports. Fuck's sake. Honestly, they just can't wrap their heads around the fact that it's pointless.
No, I mean, to be totally honest, I'm super pro ID cards. I think everyone should have to. I genuinely, I'm pro Papers, Please Society. My papers are in order. I'm fine.
Ah, yes, because you're part of the upper class.
Yeah. And also, nobody would ever ask me for mine. But I quite, I'm okay with illegal immigrants not being able to get on buses or into any kind of building of any kind. Go for it.
Well, it'd probably be easier to just keep them out of the country. It's a bloody island.
I know. Just very carefully issue the IDs to everybody, and everyone who doesn't have one, where you originally from. You don't want to say, okay, well, your option is telling me where you used to live so I can send you back there, or into this chipper, your choice. And,
yep, either tell us where you're originally from or swim back to France.
Yeah, no, but it's like, okay, you're in the country now. Excellent. Fingerprints, retinal scan. We'll send you back. If we find you here again, it's summary execution. No conversation, no nothing. We'll scan your retinal. You come up with the system. Boom. In the street. Job done. Make it very clear to them. Everyone's allowed to make a mistake. Don't fucking come back again. Be my solution to it.
Well, it's certainly a solution.
Say, a lot of these people have been talked into coming, but they need to be persuaded that coming back is a bad plan too, right? Perhaps what we need is a PR campaign, really. Perhaps what we should be doing is leafleting all these countries where they come from and going, actually, things are better in Germany or France. The UK's changed its economic policies and we're not paying anymore. So,
well, I reckon we should go back to England having the two-power principle for the Navy. And then we just stick a couple of gunboats in the channel. Problem fucking solved.
Well, no, I'm telling you, man. Get the teenagers have got nothing to do. Teach them how to build longboats. Teach them how to build longbows, and then just send them out.
Send them out in longboats? Yeah, why not?
Why teach them woodworking? Teach them sailing. I mean, those are surely two handy skills for a young man.
Well, we could also armour them up and go for a visit to Calais itself. It has been a long time since the English kicked the crap out of the French.
True story. But also, like a bit of rowing, bit of weekend rowing never did any young man any harm, did it?
No, it builds character.
A bit of healthy exercise in the fresh air.
Maybe that is the trick. So, you Brits, in chat as well as you all might have heard about what's been going on with the Sarah Everard case. Her killer falsely arrested and handcuffed her for breaching COVID restrictions, which is yet another reason why we shouldn't have stupid fucking rules and all laws should be minimal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand really. I don't think. I'm not convinced that
Did you stop to think, or have we lost your connection? Yeah, Billy Blogs, the psychopathic cop used COVID as an excuse to handcuff her. Oh shit, there's actually video of their interaction. There we go. Interesting.
I dropped out there. I was talking away for.
Ah, shit, that sucks.
No, I was just saying. I don't think plainclothes people should. I don't think plainclothes officers should be allowed to arrest non-violent people.
At this point, I don't think plainclothes police should be allowed to arrest anyone.
I mean, I can see situations where you would have people in plainclothes to.
Yeah, I suppose. That is a good point. Yeah. Like Michael Manning says, GB News this morning we're talking about nothing but women's safety, as if that had anything to do with Everard. This is entirely about police COVID powers, and no one in the mainstream will acknowledge it. Yeah, exactly. This is one of the many dangers of police.
To go after criminals, get an officer.
Yeah, this is one of the many dangers of police COVID powers and excessive laws in general.
Yeah, it's police overreach.
Yeah. Oh, now they recommend you challenge plainclothes police before you let them arrest you. Oh, cool. So then they smash your head into the ground, charge you with resisting arrest as well. Because they're a bunch of fucking thugs at this point.
Yeah. You just get you'll get charged with resisting arrest.
Yep. Though I wonder if your laws are like Australia's, where technically being in uniform doesn't mean shit. The only thing that makes a cop is at least in.
He could have just as easily done it in uniform. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he could have. It was his fucking uniform. It's not like he was pretending to be a cop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Billy Blogg says, they have to show their warrant card by law. Yeah, it's the warrant card that makes them a cop. The uniform's fucking meaningless. Like in Australia, unless a cop just shows you their ID card, they're not a cop by law.
Yeah. But I mean, he had the warrant card.
Yeah, exactly. Which is ludicrous and just in general. So, a real cop with a real warrant card.
Yeah. Well, perhaps what they need to do is have the police with a specific ID that they only have when they're on duty. How about that?
Yes, maybe they shouldn't be allowed to have their warrant card when they're off duty. That would be a crazy idea. So history, hot take, abolish the police, reinstate local militias. Maybe you need maybe instead of that, we need a kind of sheriff system like they have in the States. Every county can choose who enforces the law. But the other thing about this mess is,
just randomly selected.
Yeah.
I sort of think all civic. I think all civic positions should be done Logan's Run style. So they should just select the number of people from birth and select their jobs up front. And then when they get old enough, you psychologically test them to make sure that they're suitable for those positions. And if they are, they continue on with them. And you just pay them much higher than they should get paid. And that's it. You don't get a choice about it. I think anyone who chooses to be a policeman should be treated with high level of suspicion. If your fervent desire is to enforce the rules on someone else, I think I'm very suspicious of you.
Yeah, if your desire is to enforce, it's to oppress people.
I'm very suspicious of your motives.
Yeah. Billy Bloggs says, how would you make that work? They can't use their warrant card if off duty. They can't use it, they can't have it.
Can't physically.
They can't physically have it. Like their taser, it goes in a fucking locker at the station, and if they're caught with it outside off duty, they go to prison.
Yeah. I also think the criminal punishments for police should be double that of civilians.
Well, I reckon it should be triple. And that should apply to politicians as well.
Yeah, I think anyone who's involved, and judges and anything like that, anyone who's involved in the legal system, the punishments for breaking the law should be at least twice that of the normal person.
Yep. No, sorry. The stupidest thing about the whole thing with Sarah Everard, though, they're wanking off about how, it's the Metropolitan Police, it's police brutality. No. This was a crazy nutter who just happened to have a warrant card and actually be a cop. If he wasn't a cop, he probably still could have kidnapped her and murdered her. And besides, it's not like you can't fake a fucking warrant card anyway. Like, fuck me dead, you can buy a plastic card printer on eBay for like $20, I'm sure. Oh, there we go. His colleagues called him the rapist and knew he liked violent porn, yet he was still free to trap and murder Sarah Everard. Oh dear. Yet, so why was he free? Knew he liked violent porn after incident, so why was he free? Well, that's a stupid fucking title.
Well, the fact that they like violent pornography
is suspicious and should probably get him kicked out of the police force, but maybe not a reason to put him in prison? Right, so the Old Bailey heard today that the monster cop's colleagues knew he was attracted to violent sexual pornography, and an incident was reported in 2002. Well, what the fuck was the incident?
You probably shouldn't. Well, I'm not sure what it is. There may be some that may. Do you know what I mean? Like some snuff porn and things like that must be illegal.
I don't know if snuff porn actually is illegal.
It must be.
You'd think so. It would make sense. For the same reason that child porn's illegal.
Yeah, we'd have thought so. I don't actually. I mean, as I say, I'm not 100% sure, but I mean, you would think it would be. You would hope it was.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it doesn't mean to. It's not guaranteed, is it?
Yeah.
These fucking days.
This is a really badly written article. God damn it, The Sun.
Yeah, they're fucking shit these days, aren't they?
Yeah. Because they're like... Where the fuck is it? Yeah. Cousins, the first serving officer to be convicted of the sex murder of a stranger. Yeah, that's all irrelevant bullshit. Also did not serve his full 2 years on probation in September 2018. Right, interesting. He was also not given enhanced vetting when he joined the Met's Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Unit in 2020.
Interesting. That was a requirement.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he's a parliamentary cop. Probably where he picked it up from.
Yeah.
It'll come out later that he was also a nonce.
I mean, possibly. Okay, let's see. Oh, there we go. He was reportedly given the moniker of the Rapist by colleagues at the Civil Nuclear Constabulary, his job prior to the Metropolitan Police, because he made female colleagues feel uncomfortable.
Well, that's based.
What the fuck were the... I'm sorry, but if a cop makes other cops or constabulary members feel uncomfortable, maybe, just maybe, a trained shrink should look at them and determine whether they are fit for service?
To be honest, if I was surrounded by cops, I'd be pretty uncomfortable as well.
I mean, true. But it's not police brutality, though.
No, I suppose not.
Yeah, he had a history of indecent exposure, apparently, as well. So, yeah, police fucked up many, many times. Oh, speaking of useless scum, Nicholas Sturgeon. Oh boy. Philip Abbott, the Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner for North Yorkshire, said that Sarah Everard should never have submitted to being arrested by the man and should have been streetwise. What a fucking idiot.
Yeah, that is a bit victim blamey. I mean, like, I don't normally
normally I don't buy victim blame, but that's totally victim blaming.
Yeah.
So he said, so women first of all need to be streetwise about when they can be arrested and when they can't be arrested. She should never have been arrested and submitted to that. Perhaps women need to consider in terms of the legal process to just learn a bit about that legal process. No. Like, it's British common law. There's like 800 years of bullshit fucking laws that you can be arrested for.
Yeah, most people wouldn't have the balls to tell a cop no.
Yes, Prime, it is true that that GLaDOS resigned. Sorry, what was that?
No, I'm just saying, like, imagine the next time a cop tries, single male cop tries to arrest a woman. She's got no thanks.
Good. Based. Maybe that should just be the generic reaction. Oh no, I don't want to get raped and molested by you, should say the 6.5 foot, 200 kilo bodybuilder should say to any cop. Yeah, like Michael Manning says, police complete ignorance and public can't I believe. So she says no, he says yes, and same outcome. They haven't announced who the next dictator to replace GLaDOS will be. At least I don't think they have. Let's have a look. Yeah. Yeah, the witch has definitely resigned though, so that's something. Former French police officer is a serial killer. Well, there you go. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, so it could be either Dominic Perrottet, Andrew Constance, Rob Stokes, Mark Speakman. Just a random fucking collection of losers.
Did you say some French policeman's a serial killer?
Yeah. French former police officer found dead with confession note as police hunt serial killer wanted for 35 years. The man has been linked to 4 murders and 6 rapes and is the suspect in another murder. His wife reported him missing after investigators sent him a summons. Oh, Base Tape's off to make some videos. Good job. Tell Oil Marcus says put the buckfast down.
Mostly about dildos, I imagine. Never.
Right. Serial killer suspected in some of France's oldest unsolved cases has been found dead after 35 years on the run as police are closing in on his identity. For several decades, authorities have been investigating several rapes and murders that happened between 1986 and 1994. Damn, one for lists of crimes including rape of minors, murder, attempted murder, armed robbery, and kidnapping of minors. Fucking hell. The man, a former gendarme and police officer identified as Francois Verove, committed suicide in a rented apartment, leaving a written confession, a source close to the case told AFP. An 8-year-old girl was the first known victim. She was approached in the elevator of her building on April 8, 1986, by a man who identified himself as a police officer, then took her to the basement and raped and strangled her. The girl, Sarah, lost consciousness but did not die.
Oh.
A month later, an 11-year-old girl named Cecile was raped and killed in the basement of her Paris apartment building. Her half-brother crossed paths with the suspect and described him to investigators, allowing production of a police sketch that later hung in many police stations around France. But police had no leads, so the investigation was closed in 1992. In 1996, a new judge remembered the case and ordered genetic analysis on the evidence, which made it possible to get the suspect's DNA. The same genetic profile was found in several other cases. The killing of a 21-year-old German au pair in 1987 and her employer, the rape of a 14-year-old girl in 1987 in Paris, the kidnapping and rape of an 11-year-old girl in a forest in Mitry in the eastern suburbs of Paris in 1994, and the killing of a 19-year-old woman in 1994 in another forest. Over the years, investigators came to believe that the suspect may have been part of the gendarmerie, armed forces in charge of internal security at the time of the crimes, and established a DNA profile of him. In recent months, an investigating magistrate had begun questioning around 750 gendarmes who had been deployed in the Paris region at the time. Damn. The magistrate wasn't fucking around. Fuck it, I'll in question all you bastards. One of them was Verove. a 59-year-old man living in the south of France who was sent a summons on September 24, but then was reported missing by his wife 3 days later. He was found dead on Wednesday in Grau-du-Roi, fucking French. I don't speak a fucking civilized language. A fishing village on the Mediterranean coast, a prosecutor's statement said.
The rapist.
Yeah. Former French gendarme who later became police.
I never quite understand these things.
Yeah?
You think if you thought you were gonna get caught and then your plan was to kill yourself, you think you go on a rampage of it before you.
You'd think so, hey?
Yeah, I'd be like, like if I was, if that's the sort of person I was, I would like to think I'd be found, surrounded by dead girls, something like that. If that was the kind of guy you were, you think, well, you'd try and go out big, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd think so.
Seems weird. He
was only 59. It's not like he was horrendously old.
Yeah, well, it's weird that you would go and kill yourself alone in a fishing boat.
Yeah.
If that was your thing, you just go like, fuck it, let's do this.
He was a former French gendarme who later became a police officer and retired. Police took a DNA sample from the body and found that it matched the genetic profile found at several of the crime scenes. Oh, damn, there you go. Fucking Jesus Christ, what is it with police and being shitholes?
I mean, that seems like a rhetorical question to me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the gendarmes are basically just military cops. Which, in a civilized country, wouldn't be a thing. You shouldn't have members of the military policing civilians.
Oh, no, that's to do with how their policing came around in the first place.
Yeah, poorly. By the sounds of it.
But I mean, I don't necessarily think it's police that I don't think it's necessarily the people who become police's fault that they end up the way they are. I think in the same way as people who work as like benefits officers, is that if you spend all your day, every day, dealing with the shitty people, you start to see all the people as shitty, and then you start to see them as not people at all.
That's actually a really good point.
I think there should possibly be, like, for actual, like, street cops, there should possibly be, like, a cap on how long you can do it, or something like that. I don't know.
They should at least have more regular fucking psychological evaluation.
Yeah.
Like, you'd probably stay in the job a long time if you actually had evaluation and counselling and shit.
If, like, like you think of London cop and that, if all you're seeing is kids stabbing folk all the time, I mean, what does that make you start thinking about the rest of the people that you meet? I mean,
yeah.
If you're dealing with scum all day, soon all you'll see is scum, right?
Mm-hmm.
All a hammer sees is nails, right?
Yep.
I'm sure a lot of them go into it with the best of intentions.
Yeah. Michael Manning agrees with you by the looks of it. Well, police become resentful eventually. Long hours, she bosses, scumbag public. Yeah, you might be right. Too much time hanging around scumbags and the public.
Yeah. Same thing.
Oh dear. Victoria's just doomed. I think the rest of the world needs to invade Victoria and free them.
Yeah.
It's just ludicrous. Now, of course, the courts are silent because they won't on the tyranny in Victoria. Now that they're mandating vaccines for every fucking worker. Of course, the courts aren't going to speak up, because if they were actually required to do anything, they'd have to admit that all this shit is inhumane.
Yeah.
Article title in the link. We put your questions about coronavirus vaccines to health experts. Here's what they said. At this point, if a health expert told me that blood was red, I'd have to fucking check.
Yeah. Paste.
I will leave how I will check up to the imagination. But I will say this, it won't involve me. Oh dear. Something interesting that has come out is a dissenting opinion from a Fair Work case. So this is the decision of Deputy President Dean, which is the dissenting opinion from the case. So never before have they mourned. So Miss Kimber was dismissed because of her inability to be vaccinated against influenza in 2020. In the decision dated 29th of April, a bunch of arseholes determined the decision was not unfair and dismissed her application for undisputed dismissal, blah blah blah. Lodged an appeal. The petition to appeal has been refused by the colleagues in the majority. Never have I been more strenuously disagreed with an outcome in an unfair dismissal application. The decision manifests a serious injustice to Ms. Kimber that required remedy. More egregious, however, is that the majority decision has denied Ms. Kimber the protections afforded by the Fair Work Act in part because of an inference that she holds a general anti-vaccination position. Oh boy. So some of the interesting things that come out in the statement from the Deputy President here is when we get to the interesting bit. Why was the decision wrong? Here we go. Vaccine requirements in relation to COVID. So they say there can be absolutely no doubt that vaccines are a highly effective tool for protection against a variety of diseases. The focus of this decision, however, is not the pros and cons of vaccination. It is about the extent to which mandatory COVID vaccinations can be justified, as to do so impinges on other laws, liberties and rights that exist in Australia. Vaccinations should be voluntary. It's been widely accepted that for the overwhelming majority of Australians, vaccination should be voluntary. The commonly accepted definition of voluntary includes acting of one's own free will, optional or non-compulsory. This is the opposite of the definition of mandatory, which is something that is compulsory, obligatory or required. Something that is mandatory must be done. The state position of the Australian government is that the vaccine is voluntary. On the 21st of July, the Prime Minister said in a media conference that people make their own decisions about their own health and their own bodies. That's why we don't have mandatory vaccination in relation to the general population. The Fair Work Ombudsman has publicly stated that employers will need to have a compelling reason before requiring vaccinations, and that the overwhelming majority of employers should assume that they can't require their employees to be vaccinated against coronavirus. Unfortunately, Dictator Dan disagrees and goes, if even though you can't do it, I fucking will. They go on to say mandatory COVID vaccinations, however, cannot be justified in almost every workplace in Australia. While there are numerous reasons for this decision will focus on the requirement for freely given and informed consent for medical procedures, denying an unvaccinated person the ability to work on health and safety grounds, whether at the initiation of an employer as part of a public health order, and the requirements to comply with disability discrimination laws. So they go on to say, it is important to set the context of some information that is publicly available and should be uncontroversial. Unlike many other vaccinations, such as those used to stop the spread of tetanus, yellow fever, and smallpox, COVID vaccinations are not designed to stop COVID, they are designed to reduce the symptoms of the virus. However, a fully vaccinated person can contract and transmit COVID. Ooh, I wonder if that counts as vaccine misinformation. They also say the vaccines are only provisionally approved for use in Australia and accordingly still part of a clinical trial. There are side effects of the COVID vaccines that are now known, that side effects exist as a conspiracy theory, and the long-term effects of the vaccines are unknown, and this is recognised by the Therapeutic Goods Administration. They then go on to talk about how consent is required for participation in clinical trials, quoting, of course, the Nuremberg Code. And certain other doohickeys, certain other useful conventions and whatnot. It also goes on to talk about how even though public health orders have been made mandating it, the Australian Health Protection Principal Committee, the key decision-making body for health emergencies and public health emergency management, has issued numerous public statements on minimising the potential risk of COVID. For example, they do not recommend compulsory COVID-19 vaccines for aged care workers, and they do not recommend them for teachers. But the government's gone ahead and required it for aged care workers and teachers anyway. They'll talk about the rate of transmission in schools. One of the largest studies on COVID transmission in schools is in the United States, undertaken by Duke Clinical Research Institute, looked at more than 9,000 students and teachers over a 9-week period. Given the rate of transmission in the community at the same time, it's expected there will be around 900 cases in the schools. However, there were only 32 cases found. Talks about the Great Barrington Declaration as well, which has been signed by a lot of doctors and whatnot, including Martin Kulldorff, who I think some of us have already heard of. So, the Australian Financial Review, in an article published on 8th of September 2021, entitled The 17,000 Flu-Linked Deaths No One Is Talking About, notes that modelling by the Doherty Institute says about 600 people die each year of influenza, and there are about 200,000 cases annually. But in 2019, influenza and pneumonia were the underlying cause of 4,124 deaths in Australia. While the vast majority of those deaths were people aged over 80, there's an annual average of 5 infants under the age of 1, 13 children aged 1 to 14, and 48 people aged 25 to 44 that die of flu or pneumonia in 2019. Article goes on to note that about 17,385 people died with flu and pneumonia in 2019. In Sweden, doctors in one county analysed all their COVID deaths and found that COVID was the chief underlying cause of death in only 15% of cases. In 70% of cases, COVID was an associated cause of death, and in the remaining 15% of cases, it was irrelevant. And then they go on to compare and say, for example, that each and every single day, around 8,000 children die around the world from starvation, which is, of course, completely preventable. And then they say, as at 2019, there were 4,344 pedophiles in New South Wales in the Child Protection Register.
Pedophiles in the Child Protection Register?
Yeah,
Shouldn't they put the children that need to be protected on that register, not the pedophiles?
you think so. There are no blanket rules which prevent these people from working or participating in society, nor do they have to declare that they are pedophiles before entering a business or a school. And of course, they go on to say that the current public health orders have moved well past the minimum necessary to achieve public health aims and into the realm of deprivation. It is not proportionate, reasonable, or necessary to lock out those who are unvaccinated and remove their ability to work or otherwise contribute to society. So yeah, it's a very interesting and well-written piece by a government official. And of course, the links will be on the website eventually, and they're somewhere in Covidiocracy already. Yeah. Yeah, interesting week politically in Australia, that's for sure. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in Victoria when this mandate becomes effective. You throwing things at people again, Oil?
It's like an initiation thing, right? Every time
Yeah.
I try my best to catch everyone when they come in.
Human body parts. Something at least.
Well, once we get for criticizing my drinking, to be fair.
Yeah. So the bot's at least in a reasonable mood. It gets weird sometimes.
There's some weird shit sometimes, actually. It's very. I think the bot seems to be very pro Harry.
Oh god, the bot's a weeb.
I wouldn't necessarily. Well, what they call Harry a weeb? I'm not sure I'd call Harry a weeb exactly.
You're
Not sure
right.
that's right.
He's
Not
not
sure it's quite the right term for him.
rude. No more video comments for you. Billy Blog says apparently people are having the
Fair
worst
enough.
colds ever because they've been living in bubbles for over a year. Shh, that's misinformation. Oh, they're trying to get back at you. And the bot, of course, throws nothing at you. Oh dear. Alright, we are coming up to 5 a.m., which means 5 hours of streaming.
I'm now going to have to create a massively complicated chain of videos to send to Michael to yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I would do that, except I just really couldn't be asked.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like it'd be fun to mess with Michael, but I just genuinely don't think I could be bothered.
Yeah.
So
Billy
I
Blogs
probably won't.
asks, I would love to know what happened to the flu. Well, Jake, what happens if we were to make a test that will identify any form of coronavirus, any at all, not just COVID, but any coronavirus, and what if the flu or the common cold are coronaviruses? No. Can't think too much about that. They aren't allowed to work with kids if they're pedos, but they don't have to declare whether they're pedos or not before going into a school. So, for example, if they have kids there, they can go in and out willy-nilly. Well, not willy-nilly, but they can go to the school to pick up their kids and that kind of crap. Poor Michael has to download and name every video comment manually. So all he'd have to do is spam the upload. Don't tell him that, Michael. Okay, I can barely stop. So we might wind up finishing at 5. Yeah. Billy B has thrown iron at you, Oil. Yeah, that would be an easy solution, boss, but it's more a comparison of the vaccine passports crap. Pedophiles don't have to identify themselves before going in and out of businesses, but if vaccinated or unvaccinated people do.
Yeah, probably.
Honestly, the whole thing's just insane. Oh dear. Oh, you know those nukes, Lear-powered submarines that you'll be helping us build, Oil? Apparently Russia's concerned that we'll have them. Oh, ABC is complaining.
So once we work out how to accommodate the BBC are complaining about what?
BBC are complaining. ABC are complaining how London is stuck in a bad dream of violence against women.
And teenage black boys.
Yeah, but we won't talk about who's committing violence against teenage black boys because that'd be racist.
Yeah.
Michael Manning's asking if we've got anything planned for the weekend.
Cigars, drinking cigars, really.
When I eventually wake up, I'm taking the disabled person I've been looking after shopping, so that's going to be a pain in the ass.
Gonna make a joke about Harry there.
Oh god, no, I wouldn't do that.
Harry's fine. Harry's still my favorite. He's my first Pokemon, and so he's my favorite. Harry is.
You got to Harry is, and then you drop me. Okay, I think we've completely lost you all. Maybe one of these days we'll be able to afford a nice, big, fancy studio on the upstairs floor of the Lotus Eaters building.
Harry is my Pikachu.
Oh, he's your Pikachu.
Yeah.
Michael Manning also asks, do you guys know the general reception of Leo on the podcast? Who's Leo? Am I just being brain dead?
Leo Curse is a comedian.
Ah, the comedian. Yeah, I'm horrendous with names. I blame the autism. The autismus. I think I enjoyed having it when he was on.
Yeah, no, he was good. It was good at the live event.
Yeah. Like, he's good fun. He's makes the spicy jokes. I like it.
After fucking Carl's dirge, I sort of needed it, really.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Leo's going to be doing once a week now. Nice.
And I think a podcast as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why he's going to be doing the podcast once a week.
No, he's doing his own podcast.
Oh, he's doing his own podcast once a week. I did not know that. I need to go look into that. I will hopefully I will remember in the morning. Well, later in the morning when I wake up again. Yeah, exactly, Billy. That's exactly the correct responses to all those. Alright, it has hit 5 and I am about ready to slide under the desk and start snoring. So we might call it here today. Just a short stream, only 5 hours.
Real men do it live stream though.
Yes, that snooze guy.
Yeah, real men do it on the live stream.
Yeah, that was so funny. I've got to clip that one of these days. Alright, that is it. Thank you all muchly for joining us tonight. It has been phenomenal having so many people here listening to us. God knows why. It's been nice having you, Michael. Good to see that people are enjoying hanging out, listening in. That is all from us for today. We will, of course, be bumming around in the Discord. And we will see you all in at the same regular time, same place. 30 minutes after the Lotus Seeders. That is it from me. Shadilay, folks.
Shadilay.